Rising through the flames, awaken the power held inside of me, harness resilience through the pain. I'm a warrior.
Self-bio, sleep on checkmate. Are you kidding? Marco to the rescue. The blade comes out and he shuts it all down in one fell swoop. Absolutely stomping. Oh, what is that? Haven't even got to the bridge. Backbone.
Warrior, I'm a hurricane like Gloria. I won't fail my times now. Rise of glory won't back down. I take the pain and I let it out. On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate. Oh,
rampage through the side room. Everybody, classic for Bernard. Catches everybody else.
I'm a warrior.
Gonna look to make it happen. And there it is. Proper. Cannot be stopped.
On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate.
And good evening. Welcome back to another day of the Overwatch League. It's time to round out our 3-day weekend. I'm here with Avril to go ahead and close out this 7-match weekend that we've been going through. Yesterday, very long day. We saw 13 maps. Today, though, it's just going to be 2 series, so perhaps we can get 10. Maybe it's a 10-map Sunday. Doesn't really roll off the tongue, but whatever.
Yeah, just like a clean 10 maps, you know. We had that quite easily yesterday, you know, just 5 and 5 in a row didn't seem like too much of an issue. 13 out of 15, you take those. Very entertaining games, great results. Very quickly as well, I have a bit of an update in terms of how the race in the standings is going, because with yesterday's results, the Chengdu Hunters have locked in play-ins. Officially, they've locked in play-ins. They can no longer drop out of the season for postseason events.
There you go.
And that is because the LA Valiant and the Guangzhou Charge only have 3 matches left to play, with the Valiant at 6 points. The most points the Valiant can earn is 9, and even at 9 points for the Valiant, they cannot overtake the Chengdu Hunters. So officially now, with Seoul defeating the Guangzhou Charge, somehow how that works, and also I guess it's even with Valiant kind of winning yesterday, how it works, somehow it means Chengdu is in. Valiant and Charge are the only 2 teams whose positions are currently unknown. They are not safe. One of those 2 teams has to be eliminated. One of those 2 teams will make it to the play-ins. The race between Fusion and Spark is still on. Technically speaking, Fusion may be 2 points ahead, but Spark can still catch them.
We'll see if they can get that one done, but for now, we will focus in on the bottom of the standings, because the Guangzhou Charge is going to be one of the teams that we see here in our first series as they get ready to go up against the Philadelphia Fusion. So they have their work cut out for them. Do come off the back of a fairly heartbreaking loss. They played basically all 3 of those maps versus the Dynasty just yesterday pretty damn tightly. It just wasn't quite enough for them to be able to get the win. But against the Fusion, start saying, okay, this looks a little bit more possible for them, just given the ups and downs that we've seen from them throughout the whole season throughout. But we'll have to just wait and see what happens, see how they play today, and whether or not they're going to be able to bounce back. For the side of the Fusion, though, let's go ahead and take a closer look once more at the lineup.
Are you ready for the show?
Carpe again. And M3, he's going absolutely nuclear. Dashes and is kill.
Leading the charge of his team application matrix as well, but Fury, excellent Gravitic Flood.
Spark had the numbers, but Bellisria has the space, the mines, the double kill!
Shot through Aim God. He's looking for the elimination. He goes on the offensive, but Aim God shuts him down. Everybody really low inside of the valley. Dixon gets 2 for himself. Okay.
And there they are. MN3, Zest, Fury, Aim God, and Fixa will be the starting 5. Depending on what the map set looks like, maybe we'll get Bellisria subbed in there to play some Winston. We'll have to just wait and see.
And so far, I mean, I think this has been an exciting couple of matches that we've had for the Fusion, as they are still 2 points ahead of the Spark. And at this rate, Fusion are looking like the most likely team to be able to lock, and they only have 2 matches left to play: the Guangzhou Charge and the Chengdu Hunters. Still 2 challenging teams, but based on what we've seen from Fusion lately, especially with their 3-1 victory versus the Shanghai Dragons, I mean, you feel ever more positive about this team. Yeah, they did have that loss early on in the first week to the Valiant, but then they came back, they beat the Hangzhou Spark, they took down the Shanghai Dragons. And with that, I think, Philadelphia really are on their way. They still have that very important Seoul game coming up as well that is going to be played live in the WDG Esports studio in Seoul. It'll be next week, and it'll be our, I think, first LAN event for Asia, for Eastern Division. That's going to be really exciting.
Well, we had the ones last year, and Hangzhou had an event. I forget if Chengdu
Well, 2022,
did
though,
one,
yeah.
Yes, for 2022, it will be the first one. It'll also be the first one in Korea, kind of just period, since Apex, I suppose, is kind of last. I mean, contenders for sure. But, of that scale, it's been a good long while since we've had a LAN event in Korea. But, yeah, we'll see how that goes. We'll see how the Fusion fare. On the opposite side of the arena, and it's going to be the Guangzhou Charge. As this team still very much at risk, but has been looking incredibly good as of late, especially with Biggie added to the lineup.
I think so, and yesterday's game kind of proves that, right? We looked at the result, it's still a 0-3. You have to actually examine the score lines within that 0-3. You'll see that Oasis was a 1-2 result. Paraíso went to a time bank 3-4. Circuit Royale went to a time bank 3-4. Guangzhou Charge completed the map twice versus Seoul Dynasty, the current #1 team in the Eastern Division. They got around very commandingly as well in that first opening of City Center versus the Seoul Dynasty. So, Charge, despite going down 0-3, I mean, you still got to feel like that was a very strong challenge handed over towards the Seoul Dynasty. You got to feel like this team is one of the better teams in this region right now. And I got to say, to me, they feel like a team that is potentially top 4 in quality, especially now that they've they've also had the extra win over Shanghai that felt pretty good. They did lose to Chengdu early on, but that was their first match of the entire stage. It was still a 2-3 result as well. Chengdu recently took a couple of hits, so those two teams are kind of battling out for, in terms of at least the power ranking, who does look like top 4 in the region. It's a tough one to call, and if Fusion want to lock that up, they have to take down the Charge. They have to take down the Charge and in a way that is going to be able to also help them boost their ranking up against the Hangzhou Spark. That's the other race that's very important for this Fusion.
Yeah, the Guangzhou Charge on the precipice, just there battling back and forth against the Valiant, who were able to find a victory yesterday, unlike themselves. So now today they really need to double down. They need to be able to get this win if they want to keep those play-in hopes alive. I did jokingly mention that perhaps the correlation for the Valiant getting victories was Tay Zonde's absence when they have victories, and I said that with the understanding that I wouldn't be on a Discord call with him several hours later. Turns out it's a little bit awkward, but he's a great guy. It's chill to hang out with him, and I hope for the best for he
so
and
was
for
he
the
there?
Valiant.
Did
but
he miss out?
We'll have to see.
Did he miss the match or what?
He did. He did miss out. He woke up and he was able to see the results, and he was a very happy man after that one. But yeah, then Abbas decided to bring up the fact that I mentioned that maybe he was the curse, and I was just like, well, thank you for making this call that much more awkward, Connor. Anyway, I think the teams are getting readied up, so we should be jumping into the action here in just a moment. We can take a look at the map set as well and see where we're going to be going throughout this series. It's this meta, if nothing else, has delivered, except for when the Dynasty is playing for the most part, has delivered a hell of a lot of long series because the teams are so tight-knit in this current meta. So we'll go ahead and take a look at the full map set because there's a very damn good chance that we are going to see every single map.
Yeah, you hope so. Guangzhou have been The loss of a 0-3, and beyond that as well, you know, they've had, outside of the Seoul game, some very close games. So they've either defeated Shanghai or lost to Chengdu in a 5-mapper. So kind of feeling that Valiant scoreline quite a decent amount this stage. They'd be happy to get away from that. Talk about how important this win would be for the Fusion to escape from the Hangzhou Spark, but, you know, again, Charge as well in their own race versus the Valiant, and unfortunately both of these teams, only one can win, only one can sort of progress forward to escape from the other position that would leave them either out of the postseason entirely or out of automatic qualification into the playoffs. So yeah, I think this one has a lot of implications.
Well, here we go. Gate's going to be opening up. We see the TP forward here from MN3 and Choice 1. The swaps going to be coming through. It's going to be a Sombra for the Fusion side, and then that Genji for Choice 1. Jimmy already going to be slept. Bubble goes through to try to keep him protected. He will be able to translocate out to safety. Just pushing him away. It's Zest on the Reaper, just getting right up into the face of Biggie, but takes a hell of a lot of damage, so needs to back out with a Wraith Walk. Keeps himself alive for now, but as I say that, it's a bit of a curse. Far away. Nails him with the Bionade, finds the kill. Fury going to be taken down by Biggie, who is now taking a much-needed nap. And that should be the first lockdown to the point going the way of the Guangzhou Charge, especially with Aim God dying.
Yeah, a couple of really nice shots coming through from far away, the lob into the nade to kill Zest, but beyond that as well, Slip Fury at the start of the fight, so just slowing him down, allowing Piggy to get more charge, allowing Piggy to start walking on forward now, 50% to the 33 of Fury. Zest now changing over to the Genji as well. And I feel like for Fusion, they should have known that, you know, Piggy obviously was going to come out onto Azaria. The Reaper, I don't know if it's as good versus the flexibility and the execution of the Genji that Choi can bring to the table. Zest knows that he is also one of the top Genjis as well as an MVP 2022 candidate. So now coming out to try and match Choi, who is way further ahead in Ultra Charge.
And there he is. He's catching up though. Not too far behind now. 9% separating the two. Yes, Piggy has been looking impeccable on this Zarya thus far. Goes low, but the anti goes out on a Fury. Clearly does not have a bubble to cleanse that one off. The Nano in response from Aim God trying to keep him alive. And Piggy just turns his sights over to him, beams down Fury on the back end. So Nano be damned. It does not keep him alive. Piggy cannot be denied here. Flip getting ready to come back through here for the side of the Guangzhou Charge. Only 7%, 8 still ticking up here as they buy a little bit of extra time, but to very little avail. 9% here for the Fusion. Guangzhou Charge now getting ready to move up above 50%, and MN3 goes down an extended little stagger.
Late death there, and that will be just them catching MN3, trying to escape, trying to translocate away. Likely finding the translocator position, actually, and that's 4 ultimates online for the Charge. So just the Nado's expended. Piggy not even feeling the need to play for the Grav either. You just see the amounts of damage coming through. I mean, a right-click onto Aim God takes down so much of his HP. Jimmy has to be careful with his life, and a big EMP is coming on through, catching Xerneas.
Does get him. One kill found far away. Contained here in the side room. MN3 would love to try to get that kill, but cannot overstay his welcome. Zest gets the job done, however, dashing through. Grav in the meantime going to be used. Fury
Fusion no
able to kill
supports.
off Jimmy. Zest will finish off Choice 1 with Piggy the last one to die. We'll go ahead and scoop some kills. A little bit of a delay here from Xerneas. Dips in onto the point now. Will make his exit. Flip comes in. Guangzhou Charge at 89%. Fusion ticking up at 12.
Charge using Sound Barrier in spawn. That feels like it should be a mistake. Xerneas possible. Fat Finger there. No threat from the Blade. No threat from the EMP that was already played in previous fight. So yeah, I can't really explain that one for the Guangzhou Charge, but they'll be wishing they had the Sound Barrier going to the next fight, especially at 89%. They only need the one fight to win. The Beat Blade would have been a great combo for them as well. Charge also used the EMP in the previous fight, so now they'll be left wanting Fixer. Still with the Sound Barrier to counter out Choice F1, the only available tool, but they do have a 5v4 now.
Xerneas trying to make up for the mistake, perhaps. Does find the kill on MN3. Zest trying to get in there, trying to find that elimination. So they push their way into White Room, but he's not able to get it now. He's down low. It's a little bit of damage on the Choice A1, locked into the corner. They're just battling it out, but here comes Xerneas to the rescue. And with the help of Farway, they will get the kill. The flip is now in. The Blade going to be pulled. Choice A1 instantly finds Fury. He looks for a little bit more, but there's no one near the point to be found. MN3, he dashed out, gets that OT force. Now we have to see if the Fusion can clutch this one. MN3, yeah, receives it, but the anti is instantly there. The damage focus is just far too much for the Sombra to try to deal with. He ends up going down. Fixa drops the beat just to try to get everybody forward onto the point. Zest already losing out of the shielding. Fixa now going to be antied out. Does find one, though, sending far away off the side of the map. Fury needs to go monstrous here. Needs to build up some energy as well as Zest, and that's a good start. They find Choice A1. Bubble here on Xerneas. Zest continues to contest the Lucio. Looks for the kill, dashes in, gets Piggy, gets Xerneas on the back. 3 quick kills for Zest, and this map is not done yet. Fusion back in control, but they're only halfway there.
And it starts with Fixer killing Farway. I don't even know how that happened, but enough damage coming through on Fusion. Takes down the Flex support of the Guangzhou Charge, denies a Nano boost, and that was a 5v4 from the Guangzhou Charge. The Nano from AimGod expended on MN3 just to allow him to touch, and from there, Philadelphia Fusion taking turns, juggling aggro, one by one, each person touched the point, keeping it alive, and eventually when the damage is done, Zest gets the execution, 3 frags in that play, and now Ultimate's built up for the Fusion, including EMP. Piggy slept.
Okay, EMP goes out. Piggy gonna be the first one to fall. The sound barrier on the back end from Xerneas. Answering EMP from Jimmy is looking damn good. Zest, however, still has that blade pulled. Finds both of the supports. Now it's just the DPS left. As Jimmy's down to 53 HP. Zest as well, though, on a sliver. The flip, getting ready to come through for the side of the Guangzhou Charge. The touch there.
Tested.
The very last fraction of a second from MN3. He denies it from being taken away.
That's critical as well. Grab's still online here. Nano's online as well. Fusion have slightly more ultimates. That Nano could be the difference maker. Where is Fury? He needs to go for this play.
Zest
Zest step down. That's a key player.
That's the flip.
And a flip.
Choice they want now. Playing forward, the blade nearly ready. Fix it, set up the side of the map. I believe Xerneas got the boop, and Fury, he's not even going to get the opportunity to use the grab. Sends it as the round ends, but 199%. Gardens goes the way of the Guangzhou Charge.
Yeah, my Charge come back in. Double support kills. And then Piggy grabs Fury off. That's why Fury never got to touch. And Fury couldn't use his own grab. He had no opportunity to run up and actually make that happen. First grab was going to do it. This is Xerneas very early on. This could be this. Yeah, no, that's definitely a misclick right there.
Yep.
Unfortunate button press. That was definitely an accident. I felt like it probably was. So the Guangzhou
It's either
Charge.
that or he's like, guys, they're chasing me. They're trying to kill me. And he pops the beat and he turns around and he's like, oh, wait, there's nobody there. But
Even then, I think he'd rather die than give away a sound barrier, so...
I think we'll lean on that. It was a fat finger ult. He just kind of accidentally hit the button.
I think for the Guangzhou Charge, though, despite that coming close, thankfully that sound barrier wasn't kind of the make call and break call for the Guangzhou Charge. They still ended up taking away the round.
They won the round. They won the round.
Yeah. With a bit
It's
of
always so
effort.
bad.
Zest hacked out, by the way. Zest hacked and killed.
Very nice early focus here from the Guangzhou Charge. Sleep on the Piggy, instantly woken up. Energy's low for now, so holds on to his bubbles. Guangzhou Charge again, going to be able to get this first lockdown after drawing first blood.
Looking so good. So far as MN3 is the only player that's really ahead of his opposition. Everybody else is kind of even at this stage. Very about 10 ahead of Piggy. Nothing to write home about. Both the Nano should be coming online first as usual. And those were placed on the Zarya's last time, so expect especially Farway to put them to Piggy if he can survive. Does not. Dies to MN3.
He's going to take it down. Fusion now looking for the flip. Be a fairly fast one for them here. 25% at the moment for the side of the Charge. Okay, there's the follow-up kill. That's what they needed to be able to finally lock that one down. Zest gets choice A1. Xerneas trying to stay alive. Seems like he is just, off the side of the map, just bonking his head on the wall. Fusion now in control at 10.
Yeah, and this is where, look at Fusion with Farway going down. AimGod is skyrocketing ahead. Early Nano coming through is going to be very important. And they have this kind of spawn controls, or they have choke control. Fury should still have reasonable energy. Has certainly got damage above Piggy at this stage, so can quite comfortably just go for this Nano. But they pull back. They want to chase down Jimmy, pressure Jimmy out, and with that, the Charge escaped from spawn.
Get their way out of there. Jimmy finds him in 3. Good opening kill here. EMP can certainly be built up for this flip. Looking for it. Getting juggled around just a bit.
Right, ready.
Just to stay safe.
Fury going in.
Grab is at the ready. Fury been able to outpace Piggy in that regard. The EMP out from Jimmy, but he's the first one to fall as Fury just beams down too. Getting a piece of everybody here as he just continues to chase in. Health back grab by Farway, but this is just a little bit of further self-stagger, honestly. Throws down the nade, but he can't do too much. Honestly, just needs to die, get the reset. Choice A1 going to try to escape. Smartly runs up the wall to break line of sight for Fury. Otherwise, the beam could have killed him.
Yeah. I mean, that's a mini pack plus Byronade committed for Farway there. Fury's like, thank you for the extra ult charge there.
Yeah.
As the Guangzhou Charge, technically speaking, Farway not the final member did. That was actually choice F1, but they'll be coming back regardless as Fusion come around the back end of 70%, now double what Guangzhou Charge have. It's Nano Blade o'clock, though, for the Guangzhou Charge with 4 ultimates available. Piggy as well, looking towards grab. Fusion can still pull the trigger early. They have MN3, they have the EMP.
Sleep dart.
I think the
Coming
EMP might
across
have
from
missed.
got the sound barrier, saves them. Zest, okay, gonna need to replay that one. Looks like he goes off the side of the map. At the same time, it will be the Genji's traded, or traded into quotations, as Fixa finds Choisewan. Far away under siege. As Fury gets into the back line of him, manages to find that elimination with this cleanup. This is Fusion looking a hell of a lot better on Night Market.
Wow.
As they will be taking this round. They will be taking
Turns
us
out they
to
didn't
our third
exist.
and final. Yeah.
Yeah, goes off
I
the
get that
map,
replay
not
now?
even required. Dragon Blade just pulls that one out for celebration. Yeah, 4v5, you take that. You're Philadelphia Fusion. I'm fairly certain that MN3 either only got a solo EMP on choice of one, which then the icon got overwritten by the nano boost there, as it does on this particular patch, or he got no one at all, because no one looked like they got EMP'd, so it was Zest dying.
Quite catch it.
MN3 at best got one on the EMP, otherwise it was a total 0. So with both of those things going poorly for the Fusion, they still won the fight. That's kind of impressive. Also maybe a little disappointing from the Guangzhou Charge side of things, as Nano Blade, especially on choice of one, is typically a major win condition. But we're going to go to the third and final decided now. Control center, no changes here. Genji's across the board should be. There it is. And we are playing the same mirror once more. I'm maybe a little surprised that Jimmy's playing so much Sombra now compared to the Sojourn. He's really changed up his specific pool for this meta, as Guangzhou Charge have been playing games.
Farway jumped on. Nade onto himself, trying to stay alive. Sleep Dart going to go wide now, still at risk, and he will die. MN3 able to scoop the kill. Xerneas dead as well, as MN3 is just feasting right now. Nearly 50% to the EMP. Quick dash back. Was that an animation cancel? Honestly, looked like from Zest. Dash through, immediately dashes back onto the mainland. Keeps himself alive, and there's the first cap of the Fusion.
Sweet Genji mechanics, no matter which way you look at it. MN3 overstays his welcome there. That's a little bit unfortunate. The first time we've seen MN3 kind of linger just slightly too long, and despite being 63 ahead, wanted just a couple of extra percentage points more, and that will cost him his life. Charge, looking for the 5v4, but they can't get past Fury.
No, they certainly cannot. Yeah, well, never mind. This is one of the times where we're like, oh, Fury's doing so damn well. Just immediately falls over. MN3 looking for a little bit of an extension on the point, but can't take it to 30. So still not that bad here for the side of the Charge as they take control. Ticking up now, 28% the percentage to beat. And speaking of beat, Xerneas way out in front.
Wow, it should be a pretty comfortable retake here from the Fusion, given how close they are proximity to Nano Blade. Despite MN3 going down, I mean, the EMP timing should still serve them instead. I mean, or they could just go for a bit of a dry push here. MN3, yeah, okay, nearly held on to that one too long. Just hacked out.
Oh, he's so damn low. 42 health. The healing starts coming through now. Wait, not going to be able to get too much done now. The sound barrier's there for the side of the Charge. Grav still held, but Fury's about to build up one of his own. If he can stay alive, this could be huge. Grab for Grav, invested, anti out onto Fury, somehow stays alive. The Nano now going to be thrown onto him. Pizza picked off by Jimmy, and MN3 is dead. Seems done and dusted for the Fusion. They just have to back away.
Yeah, Piggy threw the grab first, right? Fury throws grab second. Both plays the Nano on them, but because Piggy's still stuck in the grab, Fury might be low HP, but Piggy cannot go for the chase, nor can anyone else next to Piggy, so Fury backs away, gets towards the Mega Health Pack, has supports there. They will still lose the fight as Charge clean up the rest of the members there. And that is going to be 4-man EMP, wow.
EMP's massive, but so is the return fire from Jimmy, but the follow-up is not necessarily going to be there because Choisewan was taken down first and foremost. Now Piggy dead. And yeah, Jimmy, it looked good. You got a lot of people on the scoreboard hit there, but it's just not enough follow-through. So the flip will come in for the Fusion.
So MN3 got the full first. I think Jimmy might have gotten... Wow, so both teams kind of got the same number there. It's 3 to 4 for both ends. In either case, MN3 struck first, Jimmy returns, but Fusion still get the frags. Fury surviving that one, dealing the trunk of the damage, main trunk of the damage, should say 75% for Charge in terms of cap. Fixer also held beat there as well, did not feel pressured to use it.
Do they know that this blade is available?
Where are we going to sit up dive?
Okay, well they're going far away right now. Sound barrier from Fixa as they go charging forward. Fixa going to be slept, was antied out, going to stay alive at least for a little bit longer, down low on HP. Pack on the Piggy, has to make his exit, but Zest is again just dashing through one after the other. Choisewan and Xerneas both falling. The Piggy now in a rough spot, trying to stay alive. With the healers respawning, he will be allowed to do so.
Yeah, good break of the LOS there from Piggy. Is able to be seen by the supports, but not getting hits by the Philadelphia Fusion, who at that point smart to not overcommit. They really wanted that Piggy down, but unfortunately we'll have to take another shot at the Pig in the next fight here as Fusion look towards the Nano Blade Charge as well. Have that Nano Blade. This is going to be double Nano Blades.
Grab from Piggy, builds up to 100 energy. Now it's going to be nanoed up, blade pulled out from Zest. Is antied, but he just doesn't give a damn. Lands straight in on top of Piggy's head. The bubble and the health pack will keep him alive for a little bit longer, but eventually Fury pushes forward, and that is going to be the map taken. Xerneas with a slight little tag in, but is instantly dealt with. AOT will bleed away in the Fusion. Pick up the first map. Still heavily contested from the side of the Guangzhou Charge. Certainly not going down without a fight, but it is going to be the Fusion walking away with a win on Lijiang.
Yeah, Zest putting up big numbers there as well. 17 frags out of 42 for the Fusion as the top fragger for the lobby there. Fury also pumping in an incredible amount of damage. Slightly more than Piggy over the course of the 3 rounds that we had there. But, you know, as it all ends towards the end, MN3 with the bigger with the EMP that pulls first after Jimmy, before Jimmy, having that 4-man EMP, winning the EMP battle, winning the grab battle between Piggy and Fury on the final fight. Zest with the blade, getting the better choice of 1 and far away. So across the board, slightly more output from the Philadelphia in terms of both neutral and ultimates played there. It's going to be a 1-0, but tightly contested.
That it is. Well, still well fought from the side of the Guangzhou Charge. Just not quite enough to be able to get that map victory. We'll see how they fare moving into hybrid. It's going to be Eichenwalde coming up for that one. We'll see if they can tie the score 1-1 or if the Fusion are going to be looking dominant and looking to send a message. Don't go anywhere, guys. The action continues when we come back in just a few. we are back. One map out of the way here in our first series of the evening to round out the weekend. And the Philadelphia Fusion stand victorious. They managed to take the first map of Lijiang Tower, but we did get to see all 3 rounds played. Guangzhou Charge put up a hell of a fight. They just couldn't quite clinch it out. Now we turn our sights over to Eichenwalde to see if they can even the score.
Yeah, a couple of really clutch plays there coming through from Zest. I mean, we still remember the retake on Gardens. Look, Fusion didn't even win that map, but it just goes to show the capability of the Fusion to stay in the game, to come through and win difficult situations. Eventually, Charge did round out that map, and when we get to the other 2 rounds, that's when, you know, that sort of clutch factor from Fusion, the pop-off explosivity, was able to round the corner and allow the Fusion to claim 2 in a row, and that was even including a soft and slow start for them on the Night Market map as well. Yeah, Fury and Zest definitely leading the way.
Certainly were. Well, we'll see if they can continue to do so, or maybe we'll see a level up as well from, you know, the likes of MN3 perhaps, who was putting in some solid work on that Sombra. We'll see what happens, though, as we do jump into it, but no changes to be found from either team, so looking like it's still going to be very much the Zarya meta here on Eichenwalde, despite the fact that that Winston can get a decent amount of value on the second point. We'll still be seeing Fury.
I think this is one of those maps where, like, even if you want to play a dive-ish tank, you'd rather have that off-tank move towards the D.Va than be moving away from the Zarya, generally speaking. Unless you have the main tank that can also flex the Zarya, safer to just stay on your off-tank player here. And unless you have Gaga or Smurf or something like that on your team, you're not really flexing between the hero pools in that sort of manner. So we are sticking through with the same members here. I'm expecting a lot more Genji play as always. Now, I do have some questions to maybe looks towards a possible Echo. I know choice of one in Zest in particular, who has played a reasonable amount of Echo this season. I think for both players, though, they would still claim that their signatures are the Genji, so maybe they won't change out of this, but I'm a little bit Becky-filled from yesterday, just watching how good that Echo was from Becky the Valiant, and how dominant it was for Eichenwalde. So, you know, some of that still lingers in the back of my mind, thinking, man, can we get a repeat of that somewhere?
Well, not everybody can play like Becky. Bend it like Becky, I guess? I don't know, just weaving, bending those sticky bombs around corners, it seemed like at times. Anyway, enough about stupid jokes. Let's go ahead and get into the game. Gates open up.
I enjoyed the joke.
Thank you. Fusion first on the attack. That makes one person who's a part of this broadcast. Fusion on the attack. Guangzhou Charge looking to hold. You get to see that Sojourn from Jimmy. Always exciting.
And it's interesting that Zest will go towards the Reaper here as well, because part of me also thinks that the Trace will be reasonable here, some more backline pressure. Speaking of which, choice of one receiving that pressure for now. Zest also teleporting all the way into the back, but does kind of slow down their ability to just execute targets, right? Who's going to dive on top of hack targets? It's difficult for Zest to do that.
MN3 trying to draw some attention to the back, but Jimmy's got his eyes set forward, finds Zest with a headshot rail. Slides up, clean movement from Jimmy, just getting himself up there onto the high ground. The first volley going to be very swiftly and easily dealt with here by the hands of the Guangzhou Charge.
And I respect that Jimmy's actually on the Sojourn here as well, because he has that pop-up potential. It is his main hero. It has been so far, you know, for the past couple of stages, for the Guangzhou Charge as well, or at least for any team. Defensive A. Another opening kill by Jimmy with MN3. Hard to, I think, navigate the Sombra sometimes, because you need the attacking team to push in quite a reasonable amount, and then your Sombra can affect the backline. Otherwise, defensive Sombra, you're kind of just frontlining, you're kind of trying to wait and trap, and again, you have to allow the other team to make some movement first. It's really not comfortable, so you'd rather just snipe players out from range, as Jimmy has done now. 2 fights in a row, 2 kills in a row.
With the rail built up, can he find a target? Sends it over towards Aim God, but he manages to break line of sight just in time to avoid getting the damage. Farming continued. Nano out onto Zest. He's immediately anti, as is MN3. And Zest, however, still manages to find both supports. Choice A1 going to try to turn the fight. Pulls out the blade. Gets Aim God, but now it's just so very low. And Fixa will be able to move in with the melee hit. The dry Nano, it doesn't matter. Zest still finds 3.
Yeah, Zest received the Nano there. Bio doesn't care. Blade 76. And Philadelphia Fusion as well. More ultimates coming online, including the EMP. So what a time to finally get that cap. 2 minutes deep on towards the A push. And 3 pushes required to get it done. I believe Choi actually managed to blade in the middle of that as well, but to no real avail. So going through charge.
Yeah, he only was able to pick up a kill onto Aim God, and then was dealt with So Blade effectively washed there and thought that he could turn the tide of the fight.
This Nano's going to have to go to Piggy now. I think they've been really putting a lot of Nanos with Piggy anyway, but
yeah,
this time will for sure happen. And this kind of tower, by the way, on towards that right side from our perspective, has already been taken by the Fusion as well. So Charge have a lot more limited space, especially now with Piggy also dropping down. They'll at least push him in 3 away.
Yep. Cerny's just spotting Zest there for a moment. Cart for now, starting to roll back actually. And the Fusion just desperately trying to gain castle control, all playing together in that regard, but not really keeping the cart contested whatsoever. So
it's taking a while.
To lose some distance, and I mean, this is about a minute gone already.
EMP now onto 3.
EMP goes through, but okay, does manage to find a couple members there before the Sleep Dart didn't connect. Sound Barrier now in response, but Zest already claims 1 with that Blade. Gets rid of Jimmy, gets rid of the rest of that overclock. Aim God now gone. There's no supports for the side of the Fusion. M3 in the corner, trying to fight back. Zest comes up top as well. Try to cover, but the choice I want, keeping him contested. A hack goes through. Zest will find the kill, but Xerneas is here to take down both MN3 and Zest on the Lucio, and then even goes over to Taxi far away. Nope, never mind. He's going to go Taxi.
And choice well. I'll get both. You know, he'll sort of drive by far away, tag him with a bit of speed, and that'll be enough. And look at payload distance, by the way. Hasn't made it around that secondary corner after the gate. That's the thing, right? Because Fusion have to go for the long rotation through the actual castle, they end up allowing the payload to slide backwards. They put everything into this fight on the bridge, on these battlements. Does not pan out for them. Xerneas, as you say, with a double kill. And Fusion once again making the same movements again. So they'll abandon the cart for now. They'll put everything into this push. They have to win this push. It's Grav coming online. Grav is actually already online, but it's Nano Blade on the other side.
All right, Grav out. Fury, Piggy instantly just evaporates under the pressure. Blade pulled from choice. They want to find Spixa, and he stops the
That's an Ajax.
That is indeed an Ajax. The hand of choice A1 got the follow-up onto Aim God as well to just really shut him down. The Fusion very much struggling with this second phase. 1.5 minutes now remaining as Zest resets off the side of the map, and we could just be looking at a hold, and they haven't even gotten to the bridge yet.
No, I mean, the payload has been stuck in the same position for so long now, and that is just such a great heads-up play from Zest. Targeting, rather not Zest, or Choice one targeting Fixer. Fixer not able to touch the ground there. And that's a 5v4 as well. Grav expended by Fury first. Piggy taken down. No bubble support for Choice one, doesn't need it. Zest is trying to get in deep. He's trying to build up his own blade.
He's not far off from it. Finds Jimmy. Gets a little bit of damage in. Instantly, Xerneas there to try to save him. MN3 opens things up. There's one crack in the armor. Far away dead. Xerneas, however, still alive. The beat nearly online for him. Very much trying the tide of a fight with that one.
Charge are waiting. They're trying to regroup for 5 here. Far away should be coming back in soon. And as Charge move towards their spawn location, they're going to flip the fight positioning. They will now be defending the point directly. Should be playing for beat here. There it is.
Popped here. MN3 just trying to clip the toes of Piggy underneath the cart. Blade now pulled. Jimmy goes sliding away. The dash in. Zest gets the chase. Finds the kill. Gets far away as well. He's turned around a little bit in the action, but one fell swoop. They pop the ults. They get the kills, and that's also the cap. Now on to point B, but just barely with any time remaining. 20 seconds left. Now 1 minute and 40 in the time bank as the castle walls get breached.
I mean, that was perfect timing from Zest in terms of his mechanics. Spatial awareness as well, knows exactly where his targets are after their dash, and the timing for the actual deflect on the
grab it. That's a big catch.
What you need.
Xerneas somehow is the one who finds the killing blows as well. Just continues to get in there. I love this guy. I've always loved him.
He's got more.
Bring back Yveltal.
How many final blows do you think he's got so far? If you had to take a guess.
Ooh.
This map.
I would say it's between 8 and 11.
Okay. Disappointingly, it's only 6. That's still really high. It's not 8. It's 6 is still quite high. I'll give him that. It's only 1 behind Choice 1 behind Zest as well. So keeping up with the Genji plays, no easy feat for Lucio, but there it is. Piggy grabbed him first. The previous fight, Fury will have that advantage now. Nano will likely go to the target that gets grabbed. In fact, Piggy's already low. Barley might be pressured.
Oh, well, they have the Nano. And he's got full energy as well. And Fury just doesn't stand a chance. He lets the grab go. He throws it out. Is the follow-up there? MN3 just missed the fight too. Gets the catch. Overclock now popped from Jimmy. He's trying to drag this one back. We'll find Zest. no one else can really contest into the castle, so while they do find 2 return kills, they can't play off the back of it. Piggy's still here. He's still 100 energy. Right-click in. Bubble comes out as Fury arrives once more. Just to try to keep M3 alive, and yeah, 14 seconds left.
It's going to be beaten on both sides there. Jimmy down. That's a great stuff for Fusion.
Overclocked
It's going to
it.
be the nano clock.
Oh!
It's
What a
beautiful
little
so far.
flick. Catches Piggy. He's looking for a little bit more. Far away. Up close and personal. Takes the headshot. And now they're looking for the OT finish. Sound barrier online for nearly both teams. Piggy as well to grab just 13, now 12% off. Zest needs this blade, and he needs it stat. Jimmy goes to the Widowmaker,
Fixes got-
instantly
oh my God.
domes him in 3. He's looking for a little bit more, but no, Zest gets on top of him, finds that kill. The blade about to be ready to be pulled. Xerneas has to try to counteract it. He pulls it out. Jose one blade of his own. Zest sludge now locked into the Graviton Surge. Gets cut down to size. And that's going to be it. Just in front of the throne. Guangzhou Charge successfully hold the cart. They stop the Fusion from finishing Eichenwalde.
It's a clutch headshot coming through from Jimmy. Straight on top of MN3. Finds a 5 versus 4.
The old Carpe
Sleep
maneuver.
dart, grab, sound barrier all into play. Both teams had the sound barrier there. As I was going to say, Fixer needs to make sure he lands a sound barrier for this particular fight, and he'll be at least glad he wasn't one sniped out by Jimmy, but still a 4v5 nonetheless, and the extra grab allowing so much extra damage to be piled in by the Guangzhou Charge, and you have to rewind a little bit there and examine Fury on his initial death with the grab into play. I can see the line of decision making there. He's trying to lock out Piggy, who received the nano from chasing down Fury, but unfortunately Fury couldn't make it over the little rubble pile, and because of that he'll have forfeited his life. Had he actually survived, could have been a different story. He would have reset, they would have traded grab for nano. Unlikely to have killed Piggy inside the grab as Fury's backing out, but Fusion could have re-aggressed right through onto the C point immediately as Fury gets healed up. The fact that Fusion had to reset was a bit of an issue. Thankfully they did have MN3 kind of still clutching through the 3k on the nano clock combo. But Charge just coming through with extra ultimates on the final defense, and they had one more wave to play through, so that was really important. Time was also majorly on the Charge's side. Considering how slow Fusion's B take was, and their entire B, how many attempts do they have just trying to get the payload around the first corner? About 2 to 3 attempts. That was where the major slowdown was.
Well, now on the attack of the Guangzhou Charge. Pop shot from Jimmy, looking for anyone. They're all playing quite far back. Fury not going to get tagged there. MN3 trying to get the jump, trying to get this kill, but there's enough healing as they just turn around.
It's good damage from MN3 though. It's a good start in terms of, defensive Sombra. I already had comments about defensive Sombra in terms of how difficult it can be to play. MN3 has to really try to squeeze through these gates if he can unseen to try and get damage on the back. Otherwise, he has to kind of frontline. Choi's taking a reasonable amount of damage. On the opposite end has Bio and a hack.
And Fixa able to finish him off. Good chip damage coming through. MN3 finishing off Jimmy. Point no longer occupied. And Aim God, he's actually wrapping around the flank. He wants to try to get an angle, it would seem. Does get Piggy. And sends some orbs over towards Xerneas, but he will manage to make his way out. First volley successfully defended here. That's going to be a minute gone. Quarter of the way there.
MN3 charging
as
through.
they look for a full hold.
They're just giving him bubbles so he can charge in, get some extra ult charge. He gets 9% off that. I mean, that's not bad off of one bubble. Running in, he knows he's ahead in terms of the EMP. His damage is definitely above Jimmy's for now, at least on this particular round. Speaking of Jimmy
into the back
end, successful.
Yeah,
Double
Choice A1
supports.
right there with him. They both go down. That can be the issue. Running the Zenyatta, you have a hell of a lot of firepower. You get that Transcendence up. It's huge healing, but you're also so very susceptible to getting dove on. The cap comes through. 5 minutes just about in the time bank now for the Guangzhou Charge as the ults still continue to get built up. Xerneas sound barrier nearly there to go with that nano boost.
Yeah, Choi was the first target down on the first attempt, right? Then he ends up being the play that saves the day. Thought about diving up and probably would have died there if it wasn't for Piggy bailing him out, but no future bubbles available. Piggy has to try and save other members there as double Bionades do land. Charge slowed down. Choi down once more as well. And the Fusion nearly on 4 ultimates here. Very aggressive by Zest as well.
Yeah, not going to be able to find anything. Would have been stylish as hell if he did. Jimmy now in the back, just spamming away. Fury instead just keeping his eyes trained on Choice A1 and Piggy. Trying to get rid of that Genji. They have to know that that blade is not far off. EMP out first though, far away. Gets dropped. Zest nicely dives in behind. Gets that elimination. No, Zest is overstepped. He tries to chase it for Xerneas, but Xerneas just turns around and he gets him in the head.
2.
Gets
Aim God as well.
I mean,
That's
he's definitely
incredible.
above
2
8
plays
final
down.
blows now. He finally does fly a little bit too close to the sun being Fury, but Fury himself is going to have to try to make his way out of this position. Rotate back around the opposite side of the bridge. 5 volts held for the Guangzhou charge.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's so many for the charge coming through. MN3 back down as well.
No.
Missed
He
on the
whipped it.
grab. That's unfortunate. He was looking for, who was it? Maybe Piggy that was on the high ground? Somebody on the high ground. Could have been Choi as well. Now the EMP hits on double aim, got down from it.
Watch me whiff, watch me Nene. Fury just trying to catch Piggy, and he's just a second behind. Almost looks like he was playing on ping right there. A high ping, I should say. It's just, they're just storming them down, one after the other. Fury desperately trying to fight back, puts a little bit of damage down.
So Nano.
Nano is invested. They're trying to keep Fury alive. Grab comes in. AimGod dives into this with the Transcendence. They're going to try to turn the fight. Fury still
Nano
very
blade.
much in this. Of course, I want, however, yeah, receives the Nano. Fury killed off by a right click. The click comes out. AimGod does not stand a chance. The cap does come through. I mean, everything invested for Fusion to try to get that swing, but yeah, it's 4 minutes, 15 seconds now.
Yeah, it's insane. Guangzhou charge, right? They had the 5 ultimates. They expend them. Not even all at the same time, just slowly over time as they're pushing their way through. And Philadelphia Fusion had very little in response. It feels like everything from the charge landed exactly where you wanted. Now the extra hit onto Zest and the execution as well. Jimmy, great timing.
This is looking so over right now. Fury taken down. AimGod dead. The staggers
Charge are not pushing
cannot
though.
be afforded right now. And they weren't pushing for a moment, but now they're straight back onto the cart. It's getting ready to round the final corner.
I mean, that,
Fusion, they need
that's
to
the
get
thing though.
drenched.
It gives Fusion another wave of respawns. It's a little bit awkward there from the charge. Everyone abandoned the payload to push on in. And now they've had to completely reset, and now Fusion actually have the EMP first. Biggie trying to take control again. 3-man hit.
Okay, EMP is good. Fury stays alive through the anti. They need some more kills, though. They need to buy time. Staggers off the back end of this would be huge, but Piggy is just going to be able to backpedal his way out of there. MN3 again going on the hunt. Does get spy checked, finds him, and has to exit. There's just too many members to charge around to trade that one back.
I gotta say, that's actually works out well for MN3. It stops Jimmy from making the flank happen, at least for some time, right? Jimmy can go now. Slows down MN3, slows down Jimmy if nothing else, because he has to make the EMP play. This has to be what gets charge across the line. They've already been reset. Nano and Grav nearly online. Could be Nano Blade again. Here we go, EMP.
Choi's dead. EMP does come out and catches everybody, and Fury does fall. Now somebody needs to play the card. That's widely going to be on Zest, but with 100 energy, Piggy needs to be feared. The grab comes in, they get the catch. Nano out to try to keep Zest alive, but it's just not going to be enough. Now everybody else has to pile in onto the card, and one by one, they will die. The card is going to push in. Fury was desperately trying to get back in time. He had the grab locked and loaded, as you can see, but it's not enough. The Fusion struggle on Eichenwalde. They give the map up. Now the Guangzhou charge tie the series 1-1.
Great grab coming through from Piggy, the EMP from Jimmy as well. As I said, it needed to be the final nail in the coffin to take down the Fusion, and it was. 5 members caught by Jimmy's EMP. Perfect in terms of execution. And a solo grab on towards Zest. Despite the nano from AimGod, it won't be enough. Jimmy even gets a manual hack on Zest just to stop him from deflecting. That's how badly Fusion were hoping that Zest was going to be able to hold on, but Charge said no. And the Charge will take a map in response. 1-1 now. Now, this is definitely a series.
Absolutely is. And, you know, again, we're talking about how many maps we had yesterday. Can we go 10 today? That's the first step. Guangzhou charge tying it up. Now we'll get ready to move into Dorado for our escort map to see who is going to be taking this 2-match point. So don't go anywhere, guys. We will continue in just a bit. And we are back and tied up at 1-1. Guangzhou Charge looking very much reinvigorated and not too bothered about the loss on Lijiang Tower. They fire back with a nice strong defense, stop the cart from finishing on Eichenwalde on the Fusion's attack, and then with just an immense time bank, they're able to whittle away at the Fusion's defenses and eventually breach through.
I think B was the real storyline of these two teams, right? Because Fusion struggled on B. Multiple attempts trying to go through the castle, kind of failing that rotation, well, failing to win the fight after the rotation, I should say. And the Charge is holding on strong for that position for so long, whereas you look at the Charge attack on the same area of the map, I mean, it took them, what, 2 attempts? First attempt, Choi goes in, receives a bubble, dies afterwards anyway, maybe a little bit too far forward. Charge wait for the reset, that's when Zest went for that very crazy pulse bomb on the backline as well and missed. Then Charge comes back, play their ultimates, they eventually got up to something like 5 ultimates. Xerneas got a double kill on the extremities of that sort of castle area. I still am wildly trying to imagine how he does that. I think it was Zest chasing after him and Xerneas just popping 4 Cheerios in his face. Yeah, Charge from there kind of just snowballed to C, right? It was nearly, I think when I saw it was about 4:23, nearly 4:25 total time. So yeah, it was an insane amount of time going to C. And at that point, it's you can't really lose. You'd have to make some serious mistakes to lose from there.
Well, they did not. Instead, they got the victory. That's why we're all tied up. Dorado, though, is going to be the tiebreaker, so we'll see who is going to be able to move up 2-1 and then potentially close the series out on push. We'll have to just wait and see. Which push map do we have? Is it New Queen Street? Colosseo? I don't remember. Either way, if it's New Queen Street, then Fusion better very much hope that they can close this one out.
It's
They're gonna be looking at a 3-1.
Colosseo.
Okay, well, there's a little bit more up in the air then. We'll see what happens. But first, Dorado. We'll deal with Esport and see what happens.
Just as a reminder, Charges, they've been insane on New Queen Street as well. I don't think that would actually be any sort of a given for Fusion at all. They would have to really work for that one. Charges' previous games on New Queen Street have been phenomenal.
But are they record-setting phenomenal?
Well, that depends on Shanghai Dragons.
Very true. Well, let's go ahead and jump into this one, see what they've got for us. I wouldn't mind a little bit of a change in pace, show some more Widowmaker, perhaps. Gentleman's agreement, Jimmy, MN3, huh? How we feeling?
I would say
they're not going
it's
to.
probably unlikely. At best, it'll be Sojin. At best, it'll be Sojin. And even then, they've both got the Sombras hovered for now. Piggy's he's teasing the Winston, but let's actually talk about the defense because Fury's locked in the Diva. So a lot of teams actually still play the Zarya for A. So this is already a little bit of a departure. If Fury wants to play Diva for A, especially with the double flex support, there we go, he's changed. I was going to say, if he did want to play Diva, they would have to put a lot of pressure on fighting for the early rooftops before the archway, right? This area of the map, because this is where Diva shines. Once you get to the actual market with the fountain, Diva's value drops significantly. So in terms of defending A, I think it's far more consistent value to just play the Zarya. Seems like Fusion agree. I'm going to stick on that for now. As the Guangzhou Charge, they'll be playing the same comp they played pretty much on all of our maps so far.
Choi hacked off the rip. Let's take a nasty shot. Has his life still. So shots continue to fly. MN3 just
Trying to get Choi
consistently
again.
going for these hacks.
M3's being annoying. Choi doesn't like it.
I mean, he's Choi, given the way that he's been playing, damn good target to go for. So can't blame
Jimmy,
him.
oh, fix it. Very low HP. Fire Nade just coming through. See the timing of that, by the way, as well. Just before Jimmy completes the hack, and Aim God gets the punish there as well. So well played by the back line of Fusion. And no bubble
Great
support
turnaround.
either. They just played for each other and got it out.
I'm not sure. Zest was just like chilling there for a moment. I guess he was trying to stand still, get some healing, but there's enough time for Xerneas to get around the corner, weave some of those
Xerneas is
Cheerios
bloodthirsty
in.
today.
He
He's
is.
getting some
I mean,
frags in today. I don't know what's going on.
Let's be real. He's been bloodthirsty his whole career long. We're used to seeing him, in the past on the Mercy flying into people's faces with the Mercy pistol and just whacking people on the nose. But even on the Lucio, still keeping up those numbers.
Yeah, just getting a random kill to Zest. I mean, that's the second time he's killed Zest in 2 maps now. On the Genji on Eichenwalde, I talked about into the pre-map for this. The pre-game as Farway has Nano Fixer as well, just about. Farway saved,
Zest.
not quite dead.
Take it down. Colosseo gets on top of him as he tries to just harass him, maybe
Nano.
find an opening. Nano is out. Colosseo trying to build up for the blade. Anti comes in. The beam out. He's so damn low, but Fury can't finish the job. Forces him back for a brief little moment, but now they're straight back in onto the cart, onto the push. Fusion, work cut out for them now, but MN3 builds up very rapidly towards the EMP, has it online, sets his well back in the frame, pulse bomb in his back pocket. So to see when it's going to be pulled down. There's the EMP, Xerneas
Oh,
just a
Choi not
slight
saved.
sliver off for that beat. Can't save Colosseo. Now trying to survive in his own right.
I think they got it
Taking
back.
big damage to the charge. They're going to go ahead and try to pull out of here. Jimmy nearly caught.
Jimmy.
Does get caught by Zest, but he can't finish the job.
Xerneas so full, so Guangzhou Charge still down members regardless. Jimmy can't translocate away, probably wouldn't have gone anywhere important anyway. Tries to go for the Mega Pack, and that's 2 members down. As a Guangzhou Charge, it was an EMP from MN3 into a sound barrier block from Xerneas, but as we already mentioned, could not block the damage go to Choice1. They were going to be down 1 member, and the Charge lost confidence to play in the 4v5. I don't blame them, that wouldn't have gone well for them. Now they've waited long enough that Nanos are almost back online, so it could be a Nano Blade again. Jimmy goes for the EMP, trying to get Piggy. Fury, rather.
And catches a couple. Aim got him, and he used the Transcendence, but just isn't in a position to try to keep Fury alive. Now that the trance is expired, he gets dropped. Sleep on the Piggy, not going to do too much of anything, and yeah, Xerneas is just slurping up the kills.
He's top fragger. He's currently top fragger. Well, tied with Choi, but still. Tied equal first, you take those. That's incredible. 3 in that
Alongside
last
a
fight.
Genji as a Lucio, hell yeah, you take that.
I mean, that's just, you like those stats. There's a Guangzhou Charge.
Jimmy.
They're happy with any kills coming through. They will more than be pleased about being able to cap A. Take a little bit of time there, but 3 minutes in the bank, they can still get a reasonable amount of time to play with for the rest of this particular B and C. Both teams have grab. Choi goes to the roof.
3.
Climbs up.
Overstays welcome. Back. Comes up with the kill.
Jimmy onto M3 as well. 2 left for the Fusion, they back out. And that's how you want to handle the Nano on the Zen as well. I mean, again, we see this plenty on the NA teams that love playing double flex supports. They have Nanos onto the Zenyatas all the time. It's constant, it's part of the strategy. And Choice1 just says, okay, well, I'm going to ignore Aim God. I'm going to go for Fixer, turn around for Aim God afterwards. With an alley-oop from Xerneas. They get Aim God down. Piggy, grab online. Fury, grab online. Final defense about to come on through.
All right. 2 minutes remaining. Over halfway on the push. Far away, hacked out. Okay,
Zest?
never mind. He takes a hell of a lot of damage, I was going to say. Didn't see too much, but then the pulse bomb comes through, and Xerneas also gets taken down simultaneously. MN3 finding another one as Piggy gets dropped. Colosseo just going to try to exit. With the dash, he should be out to safety.
And look, I was going to mention as well, you know, Piggy probably had the opportunity to save far away from that pulse bomb. Maybe that could have been a misplay by Piggy not having that bubble up, or, well, great timing by Zest if that's the case. But despite Piggy saving far away or not, Xerneas also going down means that Charge were going to be down 4 to 5 no matter what the circumstance is. Jimmy not quite on EMP. He'll be trying to just get the assassination. Don't know if he can link up with Choi, though. Choi a little bit too far away. Jimmy might just have to solo this.
Jump into the back, Aim God. Oh, the spray a little bit whiffy. Bubbles out, trying to save Aim God, but he still dies. 7-3 only able to get far away. Grab now in, catches Fury up onto the high ground. Self bubbles to try to stay alive, pulls back, but Choi Se-Wan is there on the chase, finds the kill. Jimmy gets MN3 as well. Nice dash, great tracking from Choi Se-Wan to identify exactly where Zest was going to be. Finds that kill. The push comes in. 2 minutes, 10 seconds remaining here for the Guangzhou Charge as they go in the final stretch.
And I really respect that play from Jimmy as well. Despite not having the EMP, he knows if he does enough damage from just getting a manual hack on, he can land the EMP right afterwards, which is what happens. Pressures out Aim God, forces him onto the low ground, Fixer to follow through as well. EMP catching both, and they get both supports. So, place for the Guangzhou Charge there to lock down that B attack. Successful. Nano Blade online now, very important. Aim God has the counter. If he gets hacked though, could be a problem. Watch for that hack from Jimmy.
Zone steady. Distance being offered up here. Fusion not able to play the card. Far away, jumped on the back line. MN3 trying to harass him out. Zest comes through as well. The pulse bump, however, not going to connect. Kill not found. Piggy low. Zest dead. Just one gets that punish. Fury now just trying to hold the high ground. The blade does get pulled out. Nana boosts on a Fury to try to keep him alive. The slash is coming in. Gets hacked out there for a moment, but still has the bubbles to stay in this fight. Choi Se-Wan eventually just has to sheath the Dragon Blade. Doesn't get too much done with that one. That's 2 ultimates
couldn't
down.
go for the back line either.
It's pure neutral territory between the two teams, but Aim God, he gets found out. Choi Se-Wan able to find the punish.
That's going to be the 5v4 now. Can they push off the back of that Fury, by the way? No man's
And Fury's by himself.
They got to get Fury down.
And they're
Surely
going to.
he dies here.
It's a massive reset on his energy.
What's the cost of that?
He had a
Lose
hell
double
of a lot of it
supports.
built up. I can only assume that Xerneas got in behind and pooped him down. Didn't quite see.
Well,
Yeah, they
Charge now,
isolate.
despite killing Fury, but they lose double supports there, so it ends up not really working out for them. They get the raid boss down, can't continue the push. Fury respawns, has his energy reset, still has the grab available. Aim God on the choice of one, and this is final fight.
Xerneas needs to stay alive.
Great
grab it
grab.
and use it, catches everybody, and okay, I was going to say they have a big bang combo, but it's not even needed. Aim God takes down 2. And now it's all on Jimmy to go for the touch. You can see the support spamming out, trying to identify exactly where he is at.
Jimmy to touch.
Goes in, throws the EMP, gets the touch. Choi Se-Wan swapped over to the Tracer, playing forward, forced to recall already, narrowly makes it back in to get the OT tag in. Piggy trying to rejoin the fight. The grab just 1% away now. And got ships back. Does not have the ult. Pulse bomb. Did get the stick, but the bubble came through. Piggy keeps everybody alive. The sound barrier infested. Grab goes in. Fury going to be taken down, but there's the EMP from MN3. Manages to find all 4 members that were playing up on the cart. They zone them back, and that is going to be the denial of the finish. Fusion managed to hold just before that cart gets around the final corner.
And a great little final push coming through from the Charge, but getting Fury down was only the first piece of the puzzle there. The EMP into the Bionade, unmitigated, no one could block that. And Fixer lands on the multi-targets enough, but Fury, my goodness, what a play a little bit earlier on. Let's take a look at Aim God. You see his snipe as well, boom, on a choice F1. This was right before Fury ran up and did that 3-man grab. We talked about the big bang combo with Zest coming through on towards the pulse bomb as well, unrequired. Fury, he's got the big and the bang all in one. As the Fusion will lock down C, 70.04 meters. Good push by the Charge, but a slowdown onto B. B still took a while for the Charge to get past. And A already was a bit of an effort in the first place, so Fusion, pretty winnable position for them to be in currently. You have to feel pretty reasonable if you're the Fusion right now. Just to look at what we have on the defense so far, we had Piggy kind of teasing the Winston, even on the attack, but it looks like he'll commit to it for the defense. Xerneas Brig as well, so a couple reasonable changes here. We're losing the Genji for Choi. This is a pretty large change-up in terms of composition. This actually kind of reminds me of what Seoul Dynasty would run. It'd be the Prophet Tracer and the Smurf Winston, though.
5, 4, 3,
Well, now, Guangzhou Charge.
1.
Piggy showing us the Winston here. Fury thinking about his options. He's playing forward for now on the Diva.
Sombra.
Okay. Even through the
Staying
swap
on the
to
Diva.
Fury, gonna stay through with this for now.
Okay, so So here's an interesting thing, though. They're sticking on double flexible. That can be very, very tricky in terms of survivability versus the big dive pressure coming in. You know, Piggy, Winston, Choice, and Tracer. If those two players link up well, difficult for AimGod and Fix to cover each other. More difficult now.
AimGod already dead. So vulnerable when you're playing that Zenyatta.
Choice left.
Choice hit one, slept. Okay, they do get the punish there. AimGod already going to be back straight back into the fight. Jimmy getting jumped on for a brief little moment, slides away. Gets himself safe. MN3 somehow makes it out of there. I think they might have woken him up after the sleep connected.
And now Fusion take control of the left side courtyard. At the high ground, pushing down. Now Charge is scattered, trying to take apartment control, but they're so split. Everyone's in different places, and that allows Jimmy and Far Away to get picked off.
Yeah, Zest just continuing to reroute. Knows that they're just stuck up here into the room. The Zerny has nowhere to go. Pulls back over towards the health pack. You got 3 members of the charge playing off in this angle. The cart, you know, thankfully for them, not being pushed. It looks like it's going to be Choice A1 barely being able to break away.
That is possibly one of the worst locations for Charge to back out, and that sort of square where the apartments are beginning the entry is just unfortunate.
Yeah.
Then you have the sleep down into Far Away. Execution from Zest. That is far too easy. Fusion just casually strolled to the end of A, and it was just a continued snowball. Okay, mine a slowdown on A at the beginning.
Have they killed
Jimmy
anybody
getting
else?
the snipe.
This half? Is it just AimGod? It feels like it's just the kill on the AimGod off the rip.
Yeah, no, Jimmy got the kill into AimGod, and that's been it. After that, Fusion came back. It was a sleep dart from Fixer initially. By the way, Fixer's gotten 2 major sleep darts on this offense so far. Both led to very important kills that allowed the Fusion to walk on forward. You know, we think about Fixer, we think about him from a main support perspective, but I gotta say, every time he's flexed onto the Ana, I have been impressed.
Been seeing a good deal of that from some of the main supports here in the league. Nisha in his own right has been showing some incredible Ana when Monk is not piloting it. Choice A1, pulse bump, still held. Hasn't really found a use for this one yet.
Watch MN3 timing.
Looks to chunk him out. Piggy gonna be nanoed, try to keep him alive, and he just goes ahead, counter aggressives, gets himself straight in on top of the supports, cleans him up. That'll be some cart control established here for the Guangzhou Charge at long last.
Well, you can see that Philly actually allowed that to happen as well. They have necessary counters, right? Fixer could have just nanoed AimGod, but if you nano AimGod, you lack the nano blade coming through for Zest in the future fight. It's another great sleep dart coming through from Fixer. Fantastic punish for the Jimmy. That's actually great timing as well. So Fusion, they were always going to come back and push pretty hard on this next push, but with the Jimmy down as well, there's a 5v4 window, and I would expect Fusion to use this as much as they can, at least to get some space forward. And again, MN3 still has his EMP. Piggy going in, could just get hacked out here.
Okay. Well, it's or he could just kill AimGod. That's the counter to that one, I suppose. The Fixer getting juggled around, just no peel, no way to try to keep him alive, so it does end up falling. So they get the investment of the primal, they get the fight win.
Fusion have to think about the game plan right now. Is the plan really to play through this Nano Blade? I think the obvious answer would be yes. However, if your plan is to save Nano for the Nano Blade, you are consistently going to have backline pressure. You are basically just having to sacrifice AimGod. At this point, I would even expect that AimGod should just burn the trance. If you see the Nano coming through from Piggy, the trance kind of needs to be burned because it's 2 fights in a row now where Fusion want to play for the Nano Blade, but because Charge pulled the trigger far earlier and Fusion say, screw it, we'll save ults here, they just end up getting reset. So now AimGod's like, yeah, I'm just going to burn the trance.
Okay, sends it out, blade pulled, Zest finding one, drops down, knows exactly where Xerneas is at, finds the kill. Swift little cleanup off the back of the Nano Blade.
It's a good payload push.
EMP still going to be held as they continue to bring the cart forward. It's a good amount of time bought, though, for the side of the Guangzhou Charge. I mean, consider this started with, what, nearly 5 minutes in the time bank, now down to 2.
So, and this is the location where you see the Spy Chicken for Fury. We know it's about to be EMPs. 2 EMPs online. At first will come through from Jimmy.
And did MN3 catch anybody? Maybe Piggy.
Entirely
Didn't
sure.
quite get to see. Either way, they get the cleanup, so they still find the elimination off the back. So not the worst, and the follow-up frags that are being found, that is the cap. So now just over 3 minutes for the final stretch. And they don't even have to finish the map, mind you. So Fusion in a very good position.
And look, if MN3 did catch Piggy, that's an incredibly fast burn as well, so that's just great damage. He has hacked out Piggy now. Zest will be making his way back to the payload, and this is the kind of thing, right, for Fusion, they just need to make sure tempo is in their favor, which is why it feels like a waste for Aim God just to blow the Transcendence, but it stops the charge from just freely diving onto the back line, and that's what was stopping Fusion the entire way through. Now that Nano's going to come in once more.
They're trying to pressure out the supports, fix it down low, Pulse Bomb eventually finds him, and that's going to be Aim God dead as well. Guangzhou charge, they pull the trigger, they get the kills that they needed. Zest is also now in a very nasty spot. Piggy with a great body block. Fantastic reads and reactions from him. Yeah.
Looking like they might want to do a soft spawn camp there as well. It's just not a full committal. Choi is playing at least safe distances. Actually kind of hits a wall there, has to be careful. If Choi gets hacked out, that would have been instant death for sure. Okay, well, and also Piggy trying to be a little bit annoying. Oh, they want to go for this one. Hard committing now.
They do.
Piggy might be forced to climb.
Really low. Piggy so far into the back lines. Fixa juggled around, killed off. Now the rest of the charge. They come surging forward. Hungry for blood, looking for more. Knocked into the corner. Aim God dead. Again, it's another minute taken off the clock. Yeah, Fury, he will find two. He gets both the supports. Cart being backcapped just a bit here. MN3 just looks to inch things forward.
Now,
that's about as good as it's going to get for the Fusion. Now 1 minute, 23 seconds remaining.
It's the only silver lining you can get for the Fusion, because it's like you're losing the fight. You might as well at least move the payload a little bit, feel that you're not losing that much. And I think normally if you're trying to finish the map, that wouldn't be enough distance. But given that the golden box of victory is only a little bit ahead of that, just a reasonable amount of distance to have, that's got to be a bit more of a slowdown with MN3 down. Last minute, I think Fusion can afford this reset, and then they got to go for the big ultimate play as they have 4 on line, 3 for the Guangzhou charge. It's going to be EMP versus EMP again, so the winner of this EMP fight could actually decide the map.
Okay, EMP first from Jimmy. Fixa throws down the nade, tries to keep himself alive. The Nano goes out on the Aim God as well. They want to keep him in the fight, but there's going to be the stick. Aim God still taking a nasty chunk of that damage as well. 40 seconds remaining. Fixa gone. Fusion, they need to wait this out. They have to get Fixa back. Aim God.
No, they're committed.
Grabs the health
committed.
pack, stays life.
Look at the 2 players. One to the side room.
Okay.
EMP on 2.
EMP goes out. Piggy gets around the corner. The chase in. Zest finally manages to find the elimination, but now he himself at risk. Hacked out, pulls the blade, dashes forward, gets the reset, gets on top of Xerneas. There's the first kill. Dashes in. He's looking far away, but far away finds him. Shuts down the blade, the rally rolling. Aim God trying to offer up some green HP to the rest of the team. The whip shot kills up Choi Se-Wan, far away. Holds on to the Nano. Fury holds on to the grab. Piggy swaps over to the Diva. If he can get the eat, that might just be enough for the win. Nano goes through. Fixa going to be taken down. The grab goes out, but it doesn't catch anybody. He storms his way in. MN3 eliminated. Aim God down. And with 1.5 meters left to go, Fury will fall. The OT will plummet. The Guangzhou charge successfully defend. And now they take match point for themselves, 2-1.
It starts for me with that pulse bomb from Choi Se-Wan that really screws up the Philadelphia Fusion game plan. Because you already have Fixa committing the nano boost onto Aim God, and having already kind of dangled this narrative thread for a while in terms of this attack, right? Like if you are playing this sort of Anna Winston kind of combo, or that point was now, I believe, was Anna with Fury on the Zarya, but Choi was still looking towards that Genji. What is the decision making going to be? Are you going to be saving the Nano for your Genji for the Nano Blade, or are you going to end up saving your support teammate? And the pressure from Charge's dive consistently onto the backline, consistently landing on double supports, combination of Piggy and Jimmy, and sometimes, or actually Choi Se-Wan really, forcing Fixa to make difficult decisions. He has to pull the Nano onto Aim God there. And the upsetting thing about that play is, despite saving Aim God, Choi gets the pulse into Fixa anyway, so they still lose the support. That is where I think the camel's back was really broken, proverbially for the Philadelphia Fusion, right? They just couldn't get that one good push going. Blade, not, it finds good value, but then getting shut down by Farway, it's just not enough. So, Guangzhou charge, they just hold on so strongly. Piggy coming back on the Diva, getting a double kill on that Diva, receiving a nano from Farway. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, I mean, didn't need to eat the grab because it just didn't connect at all. Very nicely done here from the side of the Guangzhou charge, and that's going to be a bit of a kick to the gut for the Fusion, who probably felt that they were in a really good spot after that initial defense, denying the finish on the map. They have a huge time bank going into that B stretch, but it all just gets whittled away at. Fight after fight, Guangzhou charge get pick after pick, and they're able to win out. Now, 2-1, the lead for them. Colosseo is going to be coming up next. Fusion need to get a win on push if they want to take this into map 5, if they want to be victorious. Otherwise, Guangzhou Charge will be taking this series 3-1. We'll see what happens on push when we come back from the break. We are back, and the Guangzhou Charge currently lead 2-1 in the series. Now just need a victory on Colosseo to be able to close this one out and shut down the Fusion. The Fusion, on the other hand, need to get this win. They need to take this into a map 5, take us back to control if they want to be walking away victorious.
And both teams as well having shown great strength on push maps, especially in the Queen Street. We are going to Colosseo, as you say, but I think push maps in general has kind of been the forte for both of our squads here. It's going to be a rough battle, and I wouldn't be surprised if we go to 5, right? Fusion in charge, no strangers. We're taking it to the distance. multiple times here. You know, they've gone right down to the end, and sometimes it's worked out, other times it hasn't. It's gone exactly 50-50 for the Charge so far in this particular stage, and after just losing in a close-knit fashion to the Seoul Dynasty 0-3, they're looking for that bounce back. And I'll tell you what, you know, I don't want to lean into the prophecy a little bit too hard here, but remember, Valiant also had the same situation where they go down 0-3 to the Seoul Dynasty, and we're thinking that's not a bad loss. They came pretty close. Come back, they beat Fusion in 5.
Yeah, and now the Charge, well, I mean, even if the Fusion do win this map, they could obviously also beat the Fusion in 5 if it goes that long, but we have to just wait and see. But Colosseo, I mean, everything in the kitchen sink needs to be thrown at it here if you're the Philly Fusion, because you want to be able to get this win. You want to keep your heads above the water and make sure you get a lock on that 3rd spot in the playoffs. So we'll have to see if they can muster it up as we get ready to go into this one. So no changes to be found.
Valiant currently are the biggest fans of the Fusion to try and keep the Charge down, and the Hangzhou Spark are the biggest fans of their Joe compatriots of the Guangzhou Charge to keep the Fusion down within striking distance. So both teams trying to escape the team right below them in standings. Charge trying to remove themselves from elimination, and Fusion trying to lock themselves in for an automatic qualification to playoffs, and currently Charge in the lead for the series. This would be a further point added for Charge to kind of lengthen the gap between them and Valiant by 2 points again. So here we go, Colosseo locked in. And if Charge do lose this game, then that Valiant Charge match next week could quite very well be the decider. That could just be the match that decides who gets to remain into the Overwatch League for the season and who's going to end up going home early.
The pressure certainly going to be mounting here. Fusion, this organization probably very much feeling like they should be able to walk away victoriously in this series. They have had their struggles throughout this season, throughout the years.
Tell you what,
we see if they can close this.
They've actually managed to, you know, hit 0.500, because I think a good meme quite recent was they had a higher standing than the Hangzhou Spark. They were 3rd to Hangzhou's 4th, despite having a negative record. Well, at least now Fusion have they had a 0.500 record coming on in. It would depend on the result of this match, but 43-43, 0 map differential. Currently down 1 map in this series, so if they want to come out ahead and finally break that 0.500, this would be the place to do it. This would be the series to do it. We're going to play mirror comps again, with the exception of Jimmy on the Sojin, M3 on the Sombra.
All right, here comes the opening skirmishing. Jimmy, we've seen him put up some very solid performances here on this map with the Sojourn. Expecting a lot more of that.
Bad food.
Yes. Okay.
Great by Xerneas.
Yep, gonna make his exit. Xerneas just identifying key targets. Gets that push away. And he's gonna go out onto 2, Xerneas being one of them, but he manages to stay alive. Good healing coming out from far away. Piggy takes a nap.
Piggy slaps.
Does find Jimmy. Choice1 as well, under threat now. So the bot remains locked in a neutral position. For a little bit more, Choice1 takes the dash out. Makes his exit, stays safe. Jimmy gonna be sprinting and sliding his way back over, trying to rejoin in with the rest of the team. So far, no one gaining anything whatsoever.
M3 looking for hack, and okay, he's got one, but M3 had to back out because he ended up sitting so low that he's still on half HP. By the way, look towards Nanos. Farway's ahead of Angod just ever so slightly. He needs to pull that trigger when he can. And for the Guangzhou Charge as well, the other members fairly close to their opposition. It's M3 that's leading the charge as far as DPS is, but he's constantly... he's just caught, slept, dead, gone.
Sorry, I'm not laughing at MN3, I'm laughing at the bot. Just constantly that little noise as the control gets shifted back and forth over and over again. But finally, the Guangzhou Charge will start putting some distance in. Xerneas, 10% away from the sound barrier now. Let's go ahead, drop the beat if this skirmish continues. But for now, the Fusion will be waiting, trying to buy their time, play this one out a little bit more patiently, because Fury, he does have an edge. He's got that grab nearly ready to rock.
Might receive the nanos off. Should just grab here. Has to be careful about Choice1.
Doesn't do it. Now
Choice1 gets the kill to M3. Well, he didn't want to get it deflected because the range does matter then. It's another nano.
It is another one. It's a big one. In fact, Piggy actually puts himself into the grab for a brief little moment.
Piggy felt bad for him.
Is able to, yeah, he's like, oh, here you go, bro. It's like the third time today. I'll just let me tuck in there for you. Now, Anti goes out of the 3. Choice at 1 gets taken down, so the Blade not going to be able to find too much, so it's a good counteraction there from Fusion to stop him from really being able to break through the defenses. Now, with just 26 meters established, Fusion have a bit of room to start getting a push of their own going.
Well, it's Nano Grav versus Nano Blade plus beat, so you actually kind of win that if you're Fusion, right? You get to defend, prevent the charge from getting more than 26. Fury might miss a grab, but the Nano Blade plus beat doesn't amount to much from the charge at all, so great save coming through from AimGod. Now the EMP looks like a whiff from me. I don't believe EMP caught anybody.
Neither do I. That's going to be the grab out from Piggy. Sound barriers there
got
from
Fixa.
And,
it did get Fixa.
Okay. So not a full whiff, but also can't play off the back of it. Overclock pop from Jimmy. Blade out from Zest. Gets tagged up by a rail. Just trying to stay safe. M3 poking and prodding around the back. Here comes Jimmy sliding forward. M3 makes his exit, translocates away to safety. Anti out on a 2.
Big name.
Both get taken down, and yeah, AimGod just laying it at their feet. Huge picks coming through, and that's going to give Fusion the room they need to gain the lead.
That's a 6-pack difference from AimGod right there. Lobs in the nade, catches what he needs to, and that's the difference maker to allow the Guangzhou charge to get it across the board. I don't know about you, but AimGod's probably one of the more fit players that we have in the Overwatch League. Seen the gym picks, and now he's trying to flex on his opponents, has that nano up and available. M3 has to be careful not to get caught. Troy did get hacked in that fight.
Fury just turning his sights over to far away there for a moment.
There it is.
Grab, yep, comes in. Instant kills. Piggy's still somehow alive. Now going to be taking a nap.
Snoozing.
Push up onto the corner. They try to force him back. Now Fury's turn to go ahead and take a nap. Just trading it off between the Zaryas. Still though, 100 energy for him. Still very much a big threat, and that is the checkpoint established for the Fusion. Forward spawns locked in as well.
Yeah. Just 2 great plays back-to-back right there. You have the initial Fusion push from the neutral, double hit onto AimGod's Bionade, and the Fury gigantic grab. And I gotta say, that definitely to me makes up for the earlier grab miss. And the kills just keep on flowing on in. Charge is still losing members. That won't be the end of it. Potentially more here as well.
Fury's movement as well. Just circumnavigate, just going around, high ground, low ground, back up the high ground. He's just looking great. The push again is now continued as Fixa has the bot in his control.
That's just so much snowball. This is incredible snowball. I mean, this is enough distance that Fusion could actually win here. Even if they lose control of payload, it looks like they're voluntarily giving it up. EMP should have gone through there from M3 if he wanted to make the play, but again, it does look like they're voluntarily giving it up.
They get split apart. Fury, he was cut off by the nade. Now Choice One gets involved. Comes in from behind, I do believe. Cuts down both of the supports, but I mean, Fusion, they're not going to be too nonplussed about this.
They didn't want to lose a fight there. I mean, they didn't want to lose a fight, which is why they backed out. They backed out because they don't want to lose a fight there, but they didn't, commit to fully. They were still, teetering around, 1 foot still in the door, do we stay, do we not stay? Fury is still kind of in there, committed, and they get punished for that. When you want to back out, you just got to back out. So the Fusion end up losing a fight anyway.
Towards they want.
Nano for this blade.
It's on top of Fury. That's going to force the nano. Fury instantly replies with a kill. Towards they want out of the mix. Another grab nearly online. We'll see if Fury's going to be able to get a catch on anybody with this one. He still holds it. Jimmy going to be taking it down. Grab. Okay, he gets 2, but he's instantly dealt with. Far away. Finding the kill. The trade backs not really being found. AimGod dead. It's actually going to be the Guangzhou charge who managed to persevere through that.
And they actually went it through the neutral as well, so they can start getting some distance. Now, the bad news is Charge do have to wait for teammates. So as Fusion respawns, you can see the taxing coming through right now. Piggy is going to be forced to back out. So the maximum distance Piggy can get here is around 40 to 45-ish, and already he's going to be under pressure. Yep, has to leave. 43-37, you take that for now. Play through the grab afterwards. There is going to be beaten blade on the opposite end for the charge as well. Choice Juan bladed while Farwa was at 95, so just before the nano was available, but at least the nano was there to allow Piggy to carry the rest of the fight.
Okay, grab in onto the stairs, trying to catch Fury. Sound barrier in response, fix up. Saves him, blade pulled from Zest into the back line, spines far away. Xerneas being a little bit more elusive. Sees him wall riding his way out. That's more than enough for the Fusion. That's going to be more... They're going to be more than contented. That's what I mean to say. Bot again being brought into the Charge's territory. 3 minutes left now. And right now, this
again 87.
Since the start, this is about the furthest we've been to any ultimates for either side. AimGod against the closest, but now he's dead.
And that's the other thing, right? We go back in the neutral, that's when Jimmy can start really fragging. He can frag at any point, but the first neutral is when he really got that damage done, and Choi's going to clean it up now as well. Fusion just diving, putting bodies onto the payload.
And again,
It's going to have to be another fight. Charge have to win one more after this as well. I think there's 2 fights ahead.
Bot.
So they have to win this fight here at the 48-meter mark, because Fusion have a full wave of respawns. And then potentially as well, a fight after the cap, because you have to remember, after the cap they have to get to 87, right? So to get the flip, has to be 2 fights in my mind.
See if they can muster it here. EMP catches 4. Choice1 the only one not getting clipped by it. Piggy somehow still alive, but there you go. Zest eventually hounds him down. It's the elimination. Xerneas, in all likelihood, going to get picked. I think Fixa was on the chase, but decides to pull back away. Knows that he needs to support the rest of his squad. They'll start moving the bot once more. So Guangzhou Charge, a couple meters shy of being able to get that checkpoint, but that delay is still there for them.
I mean, it's just a single EMP is enough, right? You can get a couple of frags on that. Even just a 1 kill, it's enough. The problem for pushing on a map like this, or just in push in general, is for the Charge. Not only do they have to win 2 fights there, but they have to win 2 fights cleanly, because they can't regroup after the fight is done. For the second fight, they would have to be at a disadvantage, so you have to cleanly get a 5-0 fight, and then win that secondary fight as well.
At least catch the bot before it gets into their territory. Hold it into a neutral position. Zest absolutely annihilated. Now the overclock going to be popped by Jimmy. Gets in on top of Aim God. Takes him down. Fixa only able to find far away. Well, now he's dead. M3 is the last man standing. They're pinging, trying to track his position, but the positioning be damned. Move the bot.
Okay, they might cap this. Charge might get a cap off this. So
I think they do.
After capping, again, they still have to look for this flip. So the cap is the... Hang on, not quite.
Oh,
Zest touches. Really good timing from Fusion. And Fusion will be able to prevent the cap from coming in. That's the thing, right? Because Charge didn't win the fight cleanly. So as I've said, because Charge don't get these 5-0 fight wins off the back of Fusion being able to trade, Charge can't then enter the secondary fight. They always have to peel backwards. And a meter off from capping, that's devastating.
Yeah. Not having the checkpoint at this stage with 27 seconds remaining. It's absolutely brutal for the Guangzhou Charge. 4 ultimates to work with, though, to try to get it done. And then win the follow-up to try to take the lead and get the victory. Zest dashes back, joins in with the rest of his team.
Charge can't lose
got a Blade. There's no Nano to go with it, but it could beat Blade.
Got Zest.
Grabs out, but there's just no catch.
Nope. And now Fixa has sound barrier, so Fusion didn't even have support ultimates for that. Zest still lives. EMP coming online. Again, Charge can't lose any members here. They have to have all 5.
Okay, they're going aggressive, beat for beat. Now going to be matched. M3 the first casualty. Blade pulled by Choice1. Zest gets the Nano. Imgod, he was able to build it up, but now they need to find some impact. Imgod snipes 1. Fury going to be taken down. Zest gets far away, sees how low Piggy is, pushes up, is looking for the kill, but has he overstepped? Yes, he does. Choice1, he comes into the rescue, saves his tank. Now Aimgod disconnected from the rest of the squad, gets jumped on, gets the sleep on Xerneas, but the checkpoint has been obtained.
Okay,
and now
look at this.
It's 21 meters.
But they have only 3 members. They don't have their team alive. This is the problem now. They have to push the rest of the 15, 17 meters, whatever it is. And Fusion still at 5. There's an EMP. This might catch everybody. It does.
EMP does get Piggy. He gets taken down. Jimmy now rejoining the fight on the Tracer. Needs to find some impact. Xerneas sent packing. Hacked out. Pulls around the corner. Choice1 as well. Hacked. Now dead. They try to keep it going. Jimmy receiving as many heals as he possibly can.
Too many dead.
Throughput is just not going to be enough. He falls to aim, got far away, gets dropped, and there you go. The kings of push, it would seem. Fusion pick up a win on Colosseo, and that means that we are going to a map 5.
Pushing us all the distance here. When it had to be a map 5, we said looking like a map 5 possibility. Said that at the start of the series without even seeing a single scoreline.
Yeah.
And here it is, prophecy foretold. If it's going to be a win here, it's going to be really bloody. We've already said many times how important it is for both teams to try and get that win, but for the Guangzhou Charge, yeah, they had to get a lot of fights in a row there. It seems like 2 just ended up being too many as high of a number. They can comfortably win that first fight. It's the second one that they can't quite get underway, just not enough reinforcements, especially when we talk about overtime scenarios. Slower respawns. Fusion's respawn is just around the corner. Charge has to come from the other side of the map. And with that, the Fusion will be able to take us to a map 5 with a pretty resounding lead as well. At least 87 to start with. Charge nearly got there at the end, but didn't have enough gas.
Well, it always seems to end on this map when we go to map 5s. It's Oasis coming up now. to see if the Fusion are going to be able to close this series or if it's the Guangzhou Charge walking away victorious. Fusion were able to get that first map win on Control. We'll have to see if they can do it twice here in the same series. And we'll go to a quick little break, and when we come back, we'll see who is going to be walking away with the win. The Valiant, for sure, watching this one at home with bated breath, as well as getting ready for their own series. But we'll have to see who gets the win, Fusion or Charge. Map 5 coming up in just a few. And we are back tied up 2-2. That means one thing. Map 5 will be settling who walks away the winner in this series. Fusion fighting back, are able to get the win on Colosseo. Guangzhou Charge couldn't quite hold the candle to them. They made it a little bit close at the end, but the damage had already been dealt and they couldn't get the miracle run back. Now Oasis will once more be the decider to see who's walking away with the dub.
I got a stat line for you. This one pertains to Fusion Map 5 win rate just for this year. So far this year, if I count correctly, it's been a few. It's been a reasonable number of Map 5s.
Yes.
The last 1, 2, 3, 4 in a row were all losses in this order from most recent to a lot less recent. So most recent was a Map 5 loss to Valiant. Map 5 loss to Seoul. That was in Summer Showdown. Another Map 5 loss to Seoul. That was in Summer Showdown Qualifiers. So one was a tournament, one was the actual regular season. In the same regular season, the Map 5 lost to the Charge. So they actually already have lost to the Charge. But then they have a Map 5 win versus the Valiant in the Summer Showdown Qualifiers. And then also Map 5 win versus the Spark and also Florida Mayhem in Midseason Madness. And Midseason Madness Qualifiers, Map 5 win versus the Spark. Map 5 loss to the Valiant. I've lost count of how many that has done. Another Map 5 loss to the Spark. So, you know, if we go back enough in time this year, it's been some good Map 5 wins for the Fusion. It really has. But unfortunately, it's been
since then,
four Map 5s in a row now lost for the Fusion. So this could be either the 5th one in a row that they lose, or they're going to break the curse. They're going to break the loss streak. Which one's it going to be?
It's time to find out. So we do get ready to jump in. As stated, Oasis, the deciding map to see if they can finally break that Map 5 loss streak, or if there is going to be another one staring them in the face. See what they have assembled for us. Who's going to be coming out on top here in just a moment as we get into the action. Do we see anything weird? So far, it's looking like no. Perhaps
6 to
perfectly
4.
mirrored.
So it's 6 Map 5 losses to 4 Map 5 wins. I'm just going to double check my count again to make sure I have that confirmed. I don't want to get that wrong.
I think the Fusion fans would rather that you didn't.
And that is exactly why I'm going to do it. So it is 4. It's 6 to 4. It is exactly 6 to 4. 6 losses, 4 wins. It's nearly a 50-50 record for Map 5 wins. So what I'm trying to say is, like, it's still they've won a reasonable amount of Map 5s. They've lost a reasonable amount. They can still make sure they can win one. They can make it a 6-5. You know.
Flip a slightly abnormal coin. It's bent up on one end.
Yeah. What
so
kind of coin? What kind of coin would give you a 6-4 odds? That would be a very interesting coin.
It's bent on one end, so there's a slightly higher percentage chance that it lands on tails rather than on heads. So we'll see how they fare. Point contest starting to come through. Xerneas going to be hacked. MN3 into the back line, but it's going to be Fixa who falls. Xerneas staying alive, far away now. Taking a decent little chunk of damage. MN3 does build up 40% of that EMP, but cannot finish the job here. And with the follow-up kills coming through, the Guangzhou Charge will very comfortably take the first lockdown of the point.
Okay. Farway on 70 as well. My goodness, the damage and healing through from Farway. That initial fight has been astounding. That is going to be a blisteringly fast narrative. You can just play that one in as just a straight tempo at any point. Throw into Piggy most likely, depending on the amount of ult charge. Aim God is slowly trying to catch up there. I say slowly, he's actually quickly catching up. Only about 12% off, so Charge have to be a little bit careful. They probably think they're miles ahead. They're just a little bit ahead now, but they can still make a nano tempo play before Fusion can respond. They're actually going to give Fusion a bit of space here as well.
My ultimate is almost ready. Nano boost is ready.
Another work with.
ready.
Xerneas again getting
Whoa,
hacked.
hang
Oh
on.
man, far away, just the most casual sleep I've ever seen. He's just like, and you're there you go, you're on the ground. They kill him off. Choice A1 profiting from that one. Comes up with another kill on a Fixa, and I mean, yeah, he's hacked. He doesn't care. Okay, now he cares a little bit more. MN3 finally is able to confirm it. They can't quite keep him alive, but I mean, Fusion are just throwing bodies at the point right now, and they are falling shy of every single mark. 60% already locked in for the side of the Charge, and they're about to have 5 ults of their own, and Jimmy can finish this EMP.
Despite losing Choi, I think because they killed Fury late, they got to equalize on that one, right? So both players will be taking their time coming back in, which is now. Both teams will have full 5 alive and 4 ultimates on board for the Guangzhou Charge. No tempo Nano to come on through because they already had that sleep kill. Speaking of sleeps, that one barely misses, but a Nano Blade nonetheless online for Charge. Grab first. Solo onto Aim God.
Aim God, I mean, yeah, a bubble is only going to do so much to try to keep him alive. I appreciate the effort, Fury, but there's just no hope in that. God probably wishing that he could nano himself, but now 90%. Guangzhou Charge still holding on to 3 ults. Jimmy 4% off the EMP. Xerneas rushing forward, trying to spy check MN3. Still very low on HP. The touch is there. MN3 dead. The EMP not going to be found unless the Fusion can win out this fight in a 4v5. Blade going to be pulled despite the fact that he's locked into the grab, but Fury is dead. Choice A1 gets on top of Fixa, now Aim God, and that is the round. The hope lost for the Fusion.
Oh!
Blade pulled, he's dead. 100-0. What a statement. The Guangzhou Charge are fiending for this map win.
You have to remember as well, this was one of the closer maps as well that Charge played up against Seoul. I mean, they literally won a round against Seoul on this map, and that was City. That wasn't even University, that was City Center. We haven't even gone to City Center yet. We might not go to City Center if Charge clean up 2-0. This is where Fusion got to buckle up. They have to be able to bring it back now, because that was a 15-1 final blow difference from Charge to Fusion, which means Fusion only got 1 kill. And I think we all remember which one that was. That was Choice A1 dying to MN3 in that protracted, long, medium-range battle where Choi didn't get healed and MN3 stuck around. That was the only death. Just that one. Pretty brutal. And Charge had the early ultimates the entire way through. I mean, they snowballed effectively. Fusion have to stop the bleeding early.
Unbelievably clean. Now guarded. Could be the staging ground for Guangzhou Charge to be able to clinch the series. Choice A1 coming in off the flank, contest the high ground for a brief little moment there, but the Fusion have more bodies up top. Fixa though, getting tagged low, 40 HP, left onto him. Drops down, stays alive, far away. In the meantime, out-snipes Aim God, and Fixa's dead. The support's gone. Fusion gonna fall apart from here. Fury able to give a parting kill on the far away, but that's about it. The cleanup comes through, MN3 translocates out. The lockdown once more is there for the Charge.
I mean, they want him down. Look how hard they're chasing him in 3. Just multiple players running at him. He's hiding behind a pillar. Like
These
that,
idiots,
like that
they have
meme
no
of
idea where I
Shaq
am.
hiding behind a pole. You seen that one? Yeah, Farway landed a pretty reasonable bayonet in that fight as well, which landed the back line of Fusion. That will get the job done. Zest copping another early hack, but otherwise it looks like Fusion should be able to rotate on towards point. This second fight is not going to be a gigantic Charge ult difference, so that at least goes the way of Fusion. However, another double bayonet.
I mean, it's not even Aim God. Aim God's the one who gets hacked, but it's Zest and MN3 taken down. No DPS. Fury and the supports just have to pull back around the corner, try to stay safe, wait for them to come back in. Zest now going over off the Genji onto the Reaper. He's instantly hacked. MN3 though gets a punish.
Okay, here we go. 5v3. This is usable. Fusion can go in. Farway's going to have to pull the trigger on the Nano. We'll most likely go to Piggy here.
Still,
could go to
still
Choi,
taking
but
them a
I
while.
assume Piggy.
Jimmy's respawned. He's going to be sprinting his way back over. Piggy going low. Nano goes out. He sends out the grab. Gets a catch on the 2. Wraith walk in from Zest. Tries to stay safe, but Fury cannot do the same. He ends up falling. Nano here onto the Reaper. But Zest just getting bullied out. Piggy is just an absolute raid boss. And Xerneas sends Zest off the side of the map. The anti clips onto him, but Xerneas still manages to stay alive. And
Look at the cap.
75% already for the Charge.
That's so rough for the Fusion to try and come back from, and Fury once again throws in the kind of death rattle grab there. I'm not too sure what it ends up doing for the Fusion. Clearly not enough. And Piggy just man modes versus Zest. He's like, I don't care that there's a Nano Reaper. I'm a Nano Zari. It's stronger. Here's the EMP now. Catches 2. Needs Farway. Gets it.
They get the kill. Anti on Xerneas again. No follow-up to be found. They can't get the elimination. Now Fusion looking to play this one out from 99 to 100. Choice A1, however, finds Aim God. Still holds on to the blade. Does he decide to pull it here? Looks like no. They will concede the point. They know they have time on their side.
Good save. But the long road now. 0 to 99 comeback is required, and there are still 2 big ultimates online for the Charge. Now, this can get cancelled by Fixa. However, if Jimmy finds Fixa, if he just EMPs Fixa and Choi goes for Blade, Fixa might either Ajax or just die before the beat can even come on through. That is the danger currently. So a lot of pressure on Fixa to stay alive and get the sound barrier into play.
MN3's dead. It's been found out. Great catch from Piggy. The rest of the squad now down a man. Blade gets pulled. Choice A1.
There's the Ajax.
Look at put him in the dirt. Into the Ajax hits. Oh, Fixa's dead. Choice A1 cleans it up, and this is done and dusted. Zest, he pops the Death Blossom. He will get on top of Faraway, but there's just not enough that he could do. The flip comes through. Guangzhou Charge once more in control. Fury swapping over to the Doomfist just to try to get back onto the point. MN3 as well goes to the Sojourn, but the grab is held. He has that one in his back pocket.
Charge low HP.
The heals coming in. The pushback. The headshots. Zest forced into the Wraith walk now. The beat comes in. Aim God dead. The grab thrown out. Piggy not going to be able to get a catch on anybody, but now Zest is going to fall. MN3 pulls back around the corner, just trying to offer up some semblance of damage, but he cannot. The team kill comes in. The OT plummets, and the Guangzhou Charge will win this series 3-2. Oasis is theirs. The Philly Fusion unable to pick up the win. Fury clearly
Guangzhou
not
charged
happy.
with this victory as well. Definitely not. I don't think the Fusion generally would be happy with that kind of result, and it's just so rough because Fury otherwise played a reasonably good game, right? He just missed a few grabs, unfortunately. I gotta say as well, the final Ajax onto Fixer, I saw a bubble from Fury come in far too early onto Fixer. If he had delayed the bubble, he would have saved Fixer from Ajaxing. I think they knew how important the sound barrier was going to be. That was the game plan laid out. Fixer could have saved the day there. He Ajaxes, but the bubble came in about a couple seconds before. You have to remember in Overwatch 2, with the double bubbles from a single Zarya, there is a cooldown between placing the bubble on the same target. So charge, wait the bubble out, they kill Fixer, no sound barrier, it's done. And with that victory, Charge now separate themselves from the Valiant by 2 points and get that much closer from guaranteeing themselves into the play-ins and avoiding total elimination.
I mean, and not only that, I mean, the bubble, that definitely a micro play, a micro mishap, I suppose, but MN3 consistently getting picked off time and time again before the action really even begins. Charge just knew exactly where he was going to be at every twist and turn. Spy checking, getting the kills, and Sombra was just consistently taken out of the action. That one definitely hurts here for the Fusion. You can see it in the faces. But let's go ahead and talk about the winning squad. The Guangzhou Charge looking good. Piggy looking damn happy, lean back, having a laugh here with the rest of the squad. But our player of the match is somebody who's not on camera right now, and that is Xerneas. Because, man, what a showing from him. The kills coming in on Eichenwalde, the performance the whole way throughout. He was one slippery snake.
Absolutely. I have a really fun fact about his performance as well. On Eichenwalde, which we're getting some replays of now, he was a silver medalist for kill placement. It was Choice1 on 14 final blows, and then Xerneas on 12. Everybody else was below that. MN3 on 11, right? So a main support having that much impact. I mean, some of these kills as well. One of the more impactful kills I remember was the quad dink onto Zest as he's trying to chase him through. That was a great boot play that he had in the opening as well. When you saw him, the MN3 hack about to come on through, which would have caught Choi, I believe, or somebody on the back line, and it was disrupted by Xerneas coming with a boot. Just heads-up play to prevent MN3 from getting his game plan done. This boop as well, just all of Xerneas' impact in this entire game. It's rare that we give main support player the matches. And one of the few times, I think you can count on one hand how many main supports receive player the matches. And get an extra finger up for Xerneas, because you're gonna add one to the tally.
I mean, just impeccable. And the only time that Xerneas really looked weakened was when we saw him playing the Brigitte. He was getting picked off a little bit more than, obviously, you're not nearly as elusive when you're playing the Lucio, but playing the Lucio just looked flawless. And even when he was playing the Brig on Dorado, they still were able to get the victory. So just incredibly well-rounded performance from him. And I mean, I can't really think of the last time that we gave somebody who basically played Lucio the whole series throughout the player of the match. I want to say it was probably Lijiang on, that whole Lijiang Tower moment where he was able to find like 6 environmental kills across the span of a single round. So it's been a damn long while, but it was well-deserved for Xerneas there. And a well-deserved victory for the Guangzhou Charge. Just were able to dig a little bit deeper and not get shaken up by being taken to that map 5. It was actually the Fusion who just couldn't really hold a candle to them at the end of it all. So, really big victory for them. They keep their heads above water.
Yeah, I think they do. So I'm happy with that. I think it's a disappointing result for the Fusion, but the good news for the Fusion is, it's not a competition between like who needs to win more. Obviously, Fusion, they still want to make playoffs, and if you go into play-ins, it's a hard journey, and the reason why the journey is harder even through the play-ins, despite whether you get eliminated or not through 7th place, is that you have teams like the Chengdu Hunters and now the Guangzhou Charge as well, who are likely to be in there, who can more than hold the candle. Let's be clear, Charge just beat the Fusion, so if both teams are in the play-in stage and we play this match again, Fusion might not make it to playoffs if Chargers beat them one more time. So it is so dangerous to still be in the play-ins, but at least they guarantee themselves the play-ins. It would be far worse to be eliminated straight away, which is what the Guangzhou Charge are trying to escape from. But future games, still plenty of room here for Fusion. Just looking ahead, they have Chengdu, they have Seoul. Seoul's probably going to be a rough one, but Chengdu is very beatable for them, I think. So, yeah, I mean, opportunity is there.
This definitely is a feel-bad moment for Fusion, for their fans, but if you want to have a positive spin on this, maybe this, in the end, we have to extrapolate a little bit more, look into the future, but maybe in the end of it all, this will have been a bit of revenge for the Nimbani moment. Maybe this starts the spiral and denies the Valiant from being able to make it into the play-ins. Maybe they will finally say, you know what? We got you back. That's the only silver lining I can really come up with, but it's something. It's something to hold on to. We got more to talk about, though, before we get into our second series, so we'll take a quick little break. We'll come back, chat a bit, and then we'll get geared up for the Valiant versus the Hangzhou Spark. Don't go anywhere.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
And we're back. It's time for a little game break. Let's chat a little bit more about what we just witnessed, because the Fusion losing to the Guangzhou Charge has some pretty hefty implications as far as what can happen now to the Valiant and their fate in the future.
Yeah, I think, with Charge sort of getting one extra win over, there is still a chance for Valiant. The Valiant definitely not out of the race yet. It just becomes a little bit more difficult. You have a situation where that Charge versus Valiant game becomes kind of a must-win for Valiant in particular. Charge can still lose that one and beat the Valiant, given that they just had that extra point from the Fusion. But for the Valiant, it's like if they lose that, they're kind of gone. So Valiant are just too far behind in points to make any mistakes here. I think Valiant need to get at least 2 out of the next 3 wins, with one of them being on that Charge to keep the Charge down, because otherwise, Charge have a 2-point lead. Valiant need to at least tie, and if Charge get even 1 extra point to go to 9. I don't know that Valiant is going to be able to catch, because we also have to think about tiebreakers, and Charge, generally speaking, have had better maps, better results, so I fear the tiebreaker probably would go the way of the Charge, so, you know, Valiant is definitely against the ropes for sure. That's going to be a difficult case.
I mean, especially if the head-to-head was in there as well, because the Valiant did suffer 2 losses to the Charge. I don't think they've lost to them yet this season, if I'm correct. They have to play against each other a third time coming up.
Well, that'll be their 4th match, because they play once per stage,
right.
so this will be 4 out of 4, because neither team has made a tournament. I can't remember the exact scoreline between them, but this will be the first time Charge and Valiant play each other with Piggy in. I want to speak to that as well before we finish up the game break, which is say
by all means.
I don't know that I was maybe skeptical of Piggy being added in. For me, it was more like, well, he's kind of just like Krong, right? Like, what's Charge really getting out of this? It's not like they added an extra main tank to flex the hero pool a little bit. It's not like they added another flex support or did something extra there. They probably didn't need another DPS, given that a Pritter's still on the bench, and we might not even see a Pritter get a debut this entire year. He's technically meant to be a rookie. He hasn't played a game yet. And for the Guangzhou Charge, now that we've seen most of their games for this stage, the addition of Piggy has been one of the most incredible additions we've seen. We already saw the Charge start to get some wins in Summer Showdown off the back of adding in their Ultra Prime Academy members, and that has only improved further with Piggy. I just think that the tank play, the ability to, you know, play up against some of the best tanks in the world. When we saw the Soul match as well, you know, Smurf was not always beating Piggy. I think he was beating Piggy when the team was also there, because it ends up being a team game. Supporting the Zarya's makes a big difference. But, you know, the Oasis diff that we saw when Piggy was heavily outplaying Smurf on Oasis really shows you the quality of Piggy, and he brings that over from his previous teams. He's been a top player in North America, comes over, joins the Guangzhou Charge, and elevates them even further. And to me, it's just been a monstrous change and a major improvement for the Guangzhou Charge that takes them from a competitive team to a truly dangerous team.
Yeah, I think that just based on what we've seen, Piggy joining the Charge might have been the best mid-season roster move that we have had, maybe the whole league throughout, honestly. I don't know. Just the level up in performance has been looking incredible. Granted, it's still a very limited sample size. We'll have to see how this goes, you know, well into the future, especially if the Charge are going to be able to make it into those planes, if the Valiant can't shut them out of it. But so far, it is looking like the best one that has happened, because even with the Dynasty maintaining that first place spot, Iris, I feel, was maybe a slight upgrade over Creative, but widely maybe a bit of a side grade in some regards. But yeah, Piggy has just looked so very dominant in that front line so far. But enough about that series. Congratulations one more final time there to the side of the Charge for being able to pick up the victory. But let's focus forward now into the immediate future, because coming up on the backside of this break, we're going to have the Valiant once more taking to the stage, going up against the Hangzhou Spark to see if they can take another step in the right direction to get themselves into those planes and overtake the Charge. As Avril mentioned, basically need to win everything out from here on out, or at least 2 out of the next 3 series. But starting here with a victory over the Spark would be a damn good sign for them. So we'll see if they can get done when we come back.
There's just so much talent in the league. It is time to announce the Overwatch League MVP nominees.
Season 5 of the Overwatch League has brought with it a new era of Overwatch and a new wave of MVP candidates.
Ooh! No way does he win that! Are you serious? That's what you want to see!
Your 2022 Overwatch League MVP nominees are Lip from the Shanghai Dragon.
Oh, Lip! It's sweet music to our ears!
Hanbin from the Dallas Fuel.
Hanbin is a one-man army at the front!
Kai from the Atlanta Rain.
The hit scan legend, Killer AI, it's Mr. Kai.
Smurf from the Seoul Dynasty.
This is 2-time champion Smurf. Oh, that is disgusting.
That's just
so good.
Kevster from the Los Angeles Gladiators.
Oh my, that's perfect from Kevster.
Hardy from the London Spitfire.
What a slam! That's filthy. That's Hardy for you.
Zest from the Philadelphia Fusion.
Zest is Humpty!
No one can stop Zest. He's a burglar.
Proper from the San Francisco Shock.
Proper has arrived.
It could be one of the greatest rookie performances we've ever seen.
Prophet from the Seoul Dynasty.
And who's going to carry Hardy? It's going to be Prophet. What can you do when Prophet is this good?
And Shu from the Los Angeles Gladiators.
Shu making a name for himself.
How does he keep doing this?
The winner will be determined by you, along with Overwatch League casters, teams, and the media. Use the hashtag OWLMVP on Twitter and tag your favorite player by their Twitter handle or in-game tag. You can also cast your vote by going to overwatchleague.com/MVP.
What is happening? Oh! Somebody stop him!
Who will be your Overwatch League 5th season MVP? Help decide and cast your vote today. Voting ends October 10th.
And we are back. It's time for our final series of the evening and weekend. We have the LA Valiant going up against the Hangzhou Spark. As mentioned, Valiant need to win pretty much everything if they want to make it into the play-ins, especially after the Guangzhou Charge were just able to take down the Fusion in a map 5. All I know is that these two teams, both of them, I mean, because the Spark, they're looking to spare some blushes. They're going to be looking, both teams are going to be looking to walk away victorious. So this could be yet another map 5 series.
And, you know, with that loss from the Fusion, it keeps Spark within striking distance, right? It would have been a 3-point gap, which at that point is probably too much for the Spark to handle, but a 2-point gap is, I think, still definitely within reason for Spark. So if Spark beat the Valiant today, that will be the first step in terms of catching the Fusion once more. But if they lose, just having a look here, it's, you know, they have sold the play, doesn't feel good. They have charged the play as well, doesn't feel good. I'd feel a bit worried for the Spark. Let's talk about the Valiant first, though. Same starting lineup as we expected. Becky has been an absolute monster on this team. Marvel as well, and the Winston has been a good look. But for the Valiant, as far as I'm aware, look, they ideally win all 3 of the next games. However, I think they can lose 1 and still make it. Based on my calculations, they could still lose 1 and maybe go for a tiebreaker versus the Charge. But if they don't beat the Spark, they gotta beat the Dragons. And, you know, despite Dragons having a rough one, Dragons still did beat the Spark. And I still, you can't count the Dragons out. It's a tough one. So both teams, this is, again, another very important game. We just said Philly versus Guangzhou, which is very important. Valiant versus Hangzhou, a lot to play for. Still looking towards a Neko Teru backline. Goose Ray to start things out in the Winston. I do expect Burnout to come in for a reasonable number of maps here as well.
Well, Spark, I mean, they started things off in that last series incredibly well. You know, 2-0 lead, but things just spiraled out of control. But we can always expect that it's going to be big performances from Shy and Alpha Yi. We'll see if they have some more of that because Alpha Yi was styling with the Genji. Let's see how they fare now.
By the way,
like you mentioned, Becky, oh baby, like he has just been so good.
Speaking of Becky, it's his birthday today. Happy birthday to Becky.
So
let's see if we can get a birthday win for Becky. Otherwise, it'll be a birthday loss, which always sucks. But otherwise, it would be a birthday win. So that'd be pretty cool.
Well, see what happens. See what the map set's going to be looking like as well. All I know is that it doesn't matter really what Becky's playing. If he's going to bring out the Tracer, etc. I'm just more than happy to watch him because, I mean, the guy's just been playing like a man possessed as of late.
Yep.
And it's going to be Ilios to kick things off.
He does need the Echo and the Trace, though. I feel like his Genji has been his weak point, so if he is forced on the Genji for some of these maps, or even the Reaper, that starts to take away a lot of his, I guess, carry potential. So first and foremost, I think this is going to be a great map for the Valiant. If there is going to be one super strong map for them to start on, it's got to be this one. Because I look across the rest, you look at Circuit, you're like, yeah, you could make a Tracer work. Maybe not the Echo, because Widows do play on that map, or Sojins are pretty reasonable on that map as well. It gets a bit rough, right? King's Row as well, it's like Echo can sort of flourish on A and B. You'd be kind of forcing it for C. Even B doesn't feel great. So this has to be a great opening map, I feel, because this everything Becky's good at is very viable here.
All right, doors opening up. It's going to be Alpha E looking to match him here, as we will just have mirrored compositions out the gate. Becky getting tagged up, but just keep your eyes trained. If this is your first time, watching the Valiant, watching Becky, just keep your eyes trained on this ult charge. So it's gonna, in all likelihood, surge out of control. It's already at 30%.
Alpha E had to recall early, by the way, as well, so he's a little bit slow in that regard. As Gooseray takes a hack in the opening. Even so far, that's the first recall burn from Becky.
Straight back into it. Takes a little bit of damage there as Marvel looks to hold the point. Valiant have the first lockdown with Gooseray dead. They should be able to hold it here for a good amount of time. See Alfie trying to make his exit. Looking for the hack there is Shy. Becky dashes away, breaks that line of sight, and is straight back in. Now going into the sauna. Finds Taro. Looks for a little bit more. Scoops the kill onto Neko. The pulse bomb is online.
Yeah, respects the fact that Gooseray is there again. Speaking of Gooseray, by the way, that was a hack into a Bioneg coming through. Combination of Easy Hunt and Molly for that kill, and they'll get Gooseray down, allowing Marvel to get a bit more primal charge for result as well. And now for the LA Valiant, where do we apply this pulse? Likely on the back line, looking for Neko or Teru. That would be a really good start, especially when Teru is actually ahead of Molly by a good 20 or so %. So we are on the hunt now.
Shots flying. Gooseray just getting battered here. Becky as well, hacked, but still gets the recall off. They pocket him long enough to keep alive. Pulse bomb got the stick on a Gooseray, and Molly gets the snipe in the air. I don't know how Becky doesn't get an assist off of that one, but whatever. Doesn't matter as long as they get the kill. I don't think he's going to be doing too nonplussed about it. Pops the recall again, just looking to hound down Alpha E. But now has caught up.
Now Shy and
Easy Hunt.
They'll be looking towards the EMPs for this fight. Now, Easy Hunt first. Shy still lacking. It's 70% for the Valiant. Spark need to be able to pull the trigger. They've really struggled to get on top of the point. And as Shy catches up, this is where now Spark kind of needs to just pull the trigger. Easy Hunt's been slow.
Shy goes for it. Easy Hunt answers back. 2 quick kills, now 3. And Hangzhou Spark come up huge off the EMP play. Gooseray charging forward, trying to get this final shot off on the Marvel to get the kill. Cannot do so. Will exit back with the rest of the team. Now has that primal online.
Yeah, that's just
slight advantage here for the Valiant, though.
The pacing was not on board for the Valiant there. They had the earlier EMP but couldn't find the play. They were maybe waiting for Spark to kind of pull the trigger and get on top of the point first. Shy taken down. He's going to be the 5v4. Maybe he got a little bit aggressive and not too sure what happened to the translocator. But it will allow the Valiant to start walking on forward. Easy Hunt doesn't decloak on point. Doesn't reveal his position. Now the hack on Gooseray.
Rallies pop. Gooseray hacked, as you say. Primal at the ready. Anti goes on to 2 on the side of the Valiant, but Becky and Link is up. Both going to be fine. Pulse bomb built up. Becky just slightly ahead. Put some damage down. It's looking for Gooseray. That's going to be the Primal now. Forced out. Pulse bomb goes in. Becky ends up dying. Could not get away from it. Gets taken down. Gooseray anti just coming around the sides and has overstepped a little bit. Easy Hunt finds that punish, but Molly likely to go down. He does. I'll be hacked. Still manages to get the recall out. Marvel, in the meantime, occupying the point. Has the problem popped, killed off Neko. Gets Shy out of that stealth and forces him out with the translocator. Flip, getting ready to come through. Marvel waiting for the Mega Pack. It is still contested. The Spark gaining every little ounce of percentage they possibly can. Easy Hunt was left alone. He ends up dying. Now Marvel trying to stay alive. Has the bubble to keep him protected for a little bit longer. Jumps back across the side. Goes over to Molly. Gets some healing. The Hangzhou Spark trying to get this flip back into their favor. So the Valiant should be able to lock in at least overtime, if not be able to win this one out. Pulse bomb goes forward. Marvel going to be taken out, and that should be the Spark gaining control as we get ready to go into final fight territory.
Valiant has to reset here. They have the time. They have the 99. Hangzhou do not. Marvel can respawn here. This great play from Hangzhou Spark to delay the capture for as long as possible. Shy, Alfie, and Gushui all weaving another point. Eventually, they will get it in their hands. EMP gets it done. Now the Valiant have only a pulse one to work through, but it might be enough. Who does it go on? If anybody. Final fight territory for both teams. Teru 4 away from the Nano from the Nano boost as well.
Another pulse here for Becky. Goes in instantly.
Now
Gets
he
Teru.
doesn't have the Nano.
The Nano now taken out. Flip also coming through. Hangzhou Spark not playing the point. The OT going to start bleeding down. Teru still dead. Alfie tagged up to about half. Becky harassing into the back lines, and no one can get there in time. It just bleeds away. So 199% Lighthouse is the Valiants.
And that's a perfect pulse. I mean, that's exactly the target, right? I'm not too sure if he actually knew if Terry had the Nano or not, but if he did, that's a fantastic read into an execution. Hard to make that play happen sometimes. I don't believe Neko was close to Terry there, so could have been wanting for a little bit more peel on the Hangzhou Spark side of things, and Becky just goes hunting, and the one ultimate available for the Spark, taking down a healer, taking away the Nano, which would have delayed by putting the Nano onto Gushui, would have allowed the Spark to play that fight for so much longer. And Becky will win it for it. So LA Valiant up 1-0, but it was a double 99.
Yep, still close between the two teams. Spark still very much capable of being able to run this one back. They need to win here on Will if they want to make it happen.
Hacked. Pretty early damage.
Hack is there. Does have good damage, as you say, 30%. Becky lagging behind for the moment, but I don't think it's going to last too long. Should at least be able to keep pace.
Has a bit of a
Dive
gap,
into the back line. Marvel gets on top of
now.
Teru once again. Teru going to be taken out of the fight. Now, I see Neko desperately trying to run away, but Marvel says, nope, you're not getting away from me. Finds the kills, gets the zap across again, pushes forward. Gushui dead. Molly the only casualty on the side of the Valiant. They're not going to be too concerned.
Lengsa.
Lengsa, a nice whip shot to finish off Shy. Once more, first lockdown of the point goes the way of the Valiant.
And look at this now. As both of our Tracers up towards the pulse bomb first. A little bit slow for the Anis today. Terry, especially going down, is not going to do him any favors for charging up the Nano Boost. And once more, it's a first captive out. That's double neutrals won by the Valiant now. And this was also snowballed earlier by Becky after neutral with the first pulse. His pulse stick rate's been pretty on point. See if he lands onto maybe Gushui here. That'd be a pretty nice target.
He's got
gets
him.
Neko instead. That might even be better.
I mean, it's, again, a fairly huge one, just delaying that rally from being able to come online from the side of the Hangzhou Spark. Becky just continues to seemingly do no wrong. The only pulse that's so far really gone awry was when he got hacked and couldn't dash away. Does end up dying.
Becky killed both
one
supports.
Alfie gets Molly. But yes, he did do so much work for them. So it's still very much a hope here, despite Molly not being in the fight for the Valiant, that just continue to hold the point.
Well, they need to keep Linkster alive right now. He's nearly got the rally as well. As long as Linkster's there, they have one healer available. Both of our Winstons have the Primal available. EasyCon could just pull the trigger at any point as Spark is still in this fight. I mean, EasyCon really needs to make this play happen.
Oh, they have the hack, and Alfie tries to play off the back of that one, but instead it's Alfie and Shy both getting taken down. Molly has the covering fire. Knew that Lengsa was going to get pressured out, so he sends in the Bionade and just happens to kill the enemy Tracer. With Gushui dead. And that's his final fight territory here.
Another
for the
big lead.
Spark need to win this one out.
It's another gigantic lead for the Valiant. I mean, Spark have to come in from the back foot once more. With slightly less tools. But remember, last time we were here, Shy's EMP was able to give the Spark a turnaround. And from there, Spark at least got the 99. Plenty of ultimates to block through from the Valiant side. I think there's 4 of them. With Neko down, though, that's a hard place to be for the Spark.
The rally not in the fight. EMP does get struck here from
Becky
Shy,
Nano.
but the Nano comes out. Becky nanoed up. What a prime target for this one, and he instantly just demolishes Teru. The Nano not going to be found. The pulse bomb lobbed in. Might not get the stick, but either way, Gushui was dead before it would have even exploded. The shield bash to try to get the catch on a Shy. Just force out the overtime for a little bit longer. Gushui still waiting to respawn. Might have to pop the Primal off the rip just to be able to get over to the point in time. Molly hacked. No pressure applied, however, still perfectly safe. Teru with the Nano. Nano needs to go huge. Needs to get a good target, and they need to make use of it. Sleep Dart not going to connect. Teru again under fire. The Nano goes out. It goes to Gushui. Teru is set off the side of the map. Marvel, however, does get whip shot as well. Ends up going down. Alfie throws out the pulse. Gushui going to be slept. Pulse bomb gets nothing. The flip is right back into the favor of the Valiant. The Hangzhou Spark only gaining 7% of that minor little grab. Primal though, Gushway finding Langza, gets the juggle for a brief moment on the Becky. He's looking for the finish, kind of gets bogged on the side of the building. So he's unable to pursue for the kill. Now it's hacked out, throws down the bubble, makes his exit. Stays alive, the Hangzhou Spark once more looking for the flip, but it's not quite coming through yet. Marvel rejoins, Duke Fist out, has been a big pick for him in the past, but the hack is there, and he does get destroyed. Becky makes his exit, builds up the pulse bomb, but Valiant, they say, okay, we have to concede the point.
So much of that is Teru also, I think, whip-shotting Marvel off the map. That's the only thing that could have happened from my eyes. I mean, yeah, Marvel goes for a big play to get Teru off, but because he's on the edge, Neko just whip-shots and gets the count up, and I think that's a far more effective trade for the Spark, given that Gusha was still there. He already had the nano, he pops his Primal super late, and just allows Spark to stay on the point, stay aggressed. And now the Valiant, where's the EMP? Comes in solo Gushway.
I mean, the pulse bomb might not connect, but Teru is still just locked in a side room with so many players on the side of the Valiant. They are just ripping them apart. Nanoed up, the flip coming through once more. Gushway dead. Alfie trying desperately to get back there. Shy gets the tag in for a brief little moment, it seems. Riley now rolling from Neko. Shield bashes away. Whip shot on the Marvel. Just trying to create some more space. Pulse bomb from Alfie needs to be built up. There's the EP. Catches all 5 members, but they need the kills. They need to find the follow-up. Langza gets the rally. Has it rolling. Marvel still going to die. Shy finds that kill, but now Alfie going to be taken down. The pulse bomb not going to be invested, at least not in this fight, not yet. Looking for some more Hangzhou Spark. They need something. Langza hitting the floor, anti-dead. Neko finds the kill. Gushway as well, antied out. Goes lower and lower.
Gushway so low.
They keep him alive somehow, some way. Spark not quite finished, but still only 42% if they can get this flip, but they absolutely need to if they want to be able to take the map.
If Gushway gets the Primal, Spark can hold on to this point.
Pulse is good.
And now the Pulse comes through as well.
Alpha finds one. Teru as well holding on to this nano. Doesn't want to invest it. Knows that they need to hold something for a future fight, but he gets a great shot across onto Becky.
That's incredible for Spark.
The flip somehow is still not there. Spark, they need to stay glued to this one. The flip is finally in. The OT would have plummeted in a blink of an eye, but they managed to win it out. What a crazy skirmish.
Yeah, and Gushway holds the Primal as well. That was so clutch. Hangzhou Spark with minimal members alive. I mean, they basically had no one there when the flip originally came through from Valiant. Just a couple of toes on point. Neko pulls the rally super early. And the Spark off the kill off Marvel. They got him down. Valiant couldn't keep Marvel alive. When you see Becky trying to chase down Gushway before Gushway had the Primal, couldn't get him to go down. And now Spark playing through that Primal. Catching up 30% away.
Okay, Marvel drops down. Gets himself safely onto the platform. Not going to die now. Pops the Primal of his own. Jumps over. Gets a swing onto Alpha. He forces the recall.
No real targets for him.
Yeah. He's going to try to jump in. Get onto Terra perhaps. Now it's expired. He can't knock him off the side of the map. He's going to be antied. And Marvel in all likelihood should die. But somehow they actually keep him alive. Now the Nano's going to be invested. Ollie able to keep him in the fight. Terra ends up dying at the end. Neko. Riley rolling, 99% about to come through for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. Valiant need to get the flip. Becky holding on to the pulse bomb. Alfie trying desperately to build up to one. It's just 19% away. He's in around the back. Becky on the hunt. Hasn't let it go yet. Rejoin. Terra swaps over to the Lucio just to get back here a little bit faster. Alfie 7% shy. Jumps in, throws the pulse. Not going to be able to stick. Doesn't even get a lick of damage off of that one, does Becky. Just goes chasing and trying to peel. As Gushway goes into the back line, he's antied out. They need to get the finisher here, but Becky's going to fall. Easy Hunt manages to get the tank player. Gets a hack here. The follow-up does Shy, but he and Alpha are so damn low. Marvel gets the finish. Teru is dead. It's just Shy. All is lonesome, and this should be it. The flip is there. The OT bleeds away.
Wow.
And the Valiant will barely be able to take this map as a 2-0. So close, back-to-back the whole way throughout. And yet again, what a stage to set for this whole series. The Valiant start things off, though, 1-0 with the victory on Ilios. Hangzhou Spark need to try to answer back.
You said it right there, it's back-to-back. Double 99s the entire way through. Hangzhou Spark held on to well for so long. That was one of the longest fights I've ever seen. And like I said, the OT would have plummeted away instantly. For the Hangzhou Spark, it's a great effort. But unfortunately, still not quite enough. The LA Valiant in the final fight, they had the damage coming on through. Very low members on Shy and Alfie. The trades were still there for the LA Valiant. They pull in the big ones, and they were able to get the 1-0 lead. I said that Ilios was an important map for Valiant to win. It was the one that we're going to get a really good look on. They got that great look. Can they keep that one going forward?
2CP's legacy lives on through Control, it would seem. There is some incredibly long, extended fights in that, just in that last round there. really just racking up some time. So despite the fact that it's a 2-0, it's a damn long map of Ilios. But it is out of the way. Now we turn our sights over to Kings Road. That's going to be our hybrid map coming up next. We'll see if the Hangzhou Spark are going to be able to pick up a victory there, and also see if there's going to be some adjustments made to the roster. So don't go anywhere, guys. Map 2 coming up in just a few minutes. And we are back. 1-0 start here for the side of the Valiant, but Hangzhou Spark fighting tooth and nail to try to get themselves a win there on Ilios, but unfortunately could not pick up a single round to try to extend us into ruins. So Valiant now have the upper hand. They have the lead, but can they maintain it as we go into hybrid? That is the question.
And, you know, the map set now in terms of what we have on schedule starts to kind of I don't know if it favors Hangzhou Spark more and more and more, and as we do start to move through some different members, Sasha come in for Marvel, wait for the Burner coming in for Gushui as well. Probably rate Burner a little bit higher in this particular matchup. That's already one thing that goes well for the Spark, but also as far as the Valiant goes, right, we talk about Becky's strengths, but so far those are specifically honed in on two heroes, the Tracer and the Echo. The Genji and the Reaper, it's been okay, but it's not been really where Becky has carried in. Maybe Eichenwalde would have to be the guy to step it up a little bit more here. Molly still has a pretty reasonable game across the board, but once we move into more of Alpha Yi's strengths, which is his Genji, that's when the tables turn a little bit for this Spark. So despite being down 0-1, first of all, it was back-to-back double 99s. Second of all, I think the map selection begins to favor the Spark as we move forward.
We'll see what happens. Bernard versus Sasha, two specialists getting ready to make battle versus each other. See how they fare on King's Row. And you mentioned the Echo. We could see that, at least for, potentially the first 2 points of King's Row on the defense
Mostly
here.
the first. As we move through, it does get worse. So I think first is the most important, and then you'll see some lingering Echo, potentially on B, as you play through whatever duplication ultimate you have, right? And then eventually you're going to have to start looking towards the Genji, looking towards the Reaper as well, especially because we're going to play Zarya the entire time. Reaper can be important. Reaper's value does drop in the Zarya mirror because you're mainly using that to try and kind of get this counter versus the Winston, but if no one's kind of diving in, Reaper's range just doesn't really compete, doesn't have the mobility or the safety, and certainly, doesn't have that great of a matchup, I think, even versus a Genji anyway. So Becky might feel pressure to eventually move towards that Genji, and that's why I would favor Alfie to win strongly.
All right, well, we'll see what happens as we do get ready to jump into the map. King's Row. See if the Valiant are going to be able to take a 2-0 lead. And my memory, as it often does these days, Avril, is failing me, but I don't believe in any of the victories the Valiant has obtained. None of them have been clean, right? This would be a first 3-0 if they're able to get it.
Yeah, I don't think they've never had a 3-0 victory. They've had a lot of 3-2 victories and some 3-1 victories, but not really ever 3-2.
Okay, now here's a question.
As far as... Yeah?
I was going to say, when was the last time that the Valiant as a franchise have had a 3-0 victory? Because obviously it's been a really long time.
Well, safe to say not this year or last year. Let me give you a question. Does the Valiant Winter Ball count? Because if not, then it was 3-0 versus the Vancouver Titans in 2020. August 23 in 2020 was the last 3-0 victory for Vancouver.
And I can guess
Valiant.
I can guess which iteration of 2020 Vancouver that was.
Yep, you can. This was also the Valiant that had Kai and Shax on it, to be clear as well. I also want to bring up another thing. So far in the... Well, I was going to say this year, but let's include last year as well for fun. In the last 2 years, Valiant has never beaten the Spark. The only Valiant victories so far in the last 2 years are all, first of all, this year, 6 victories, and they're only against Fusion, Chengdu, and Guangzhou. That's it. No Spark.
Well, some more damning statistics from Avril.
That's what I'm here for. Well, the more damning, the more fun for me.
Yeah.
See, when I say fun facts, they're fun for me. That's the criteria.
Just doom and gloom constantly. You'd fit in well with the Addams family, you know?
Which one would I be?
You'd be a new addition.
I'd be the hand. I want to be the hand.
Just it? No, cousin it was the furry one. Never mind. Well, that has a new meaning these days. Anyway, Becky going up the sky is going to be taken down. Bernard able to find him, and Easy Han's going to be taking a nap. You can see legs are trying to keep protected. 1880 does go out, puts on a 3. Yeah, bubble going to be used to try to keep Easy Han alive. Molly dead, 4 HP left on Easy Han, gets cleaned up as Bernard. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's 4 kills in the back end.
The only reason he doesn't get 5 is because Becky's on a trace already. He's already given up on the Echo. That was quite quick.
Okay.
Kind of just cleans up, rocks up through.
Huge time bank, 5 minutes, 20 seconds. Alfie as well.
Here we go, look at this.
Swap things up, goes for the Genji.
And that's the thing, right? As we move towards B, the Echo no longer becomes that relevant. Genji becomes more relevant. This is what I'm saying. Spark starts to play towards his strengths, and here's another strength for the Spark. Shy gets to be on the Sojin as well. I mean, that's just kind of like the best of in terms of looking at this DPS line. Literally their best hero is currently online. Shy's already on 72. Burner as well. trying to rebuild that energy charge. Might have caught a play here.
Okay, Lingza taken down as the Hangzhou Spark really look to break through this position. With Sashin dying, it seems like they're going to be able to achieve it. Bernard, just high energy, looking for some additional kills, and nearly has that grab. And now he's got it. Okay, never mind. He's got it.
He's been sitting on 100 for a while. I mean, he is consistently in the 90s, at least in the 80s here.
Average energy's got to be enormous.
Just the way he runs at Sashin. Sashin had nothing to do there except die. I mean, you'd be surprised if because there's a lot of downtime, the average energy isn't as high as you'd think, but 55, you'd think, well, that doesn't sound that high. Sashin's average energy is 8. So there you go. How's that for a damning stat?
Pretty damning. Sleep Dart not going to connect. Becky tries to slink into the back line. Overclock in the meantime. Nanoed up. Goes around the flank. Barely spots Eichenwalde. Trying to get the shot. Bubble will keep him protected as he tries to make his exit. Eichenwalde actually answers back with kill, but Neko gets on top of him. Finds a little trade. Grab. Not leading to too much here, it would seem. Bernard's still very much a threat, but now the grab gets invested. Huge catch, but they do the damage off the back end. So far, they're only able to find 2. Could have been much larger. So Bernard tries to escape. Seems like a matter of time. Yep, gives a slight little wave. He knows that it's up. The jig is up. Sashin finally shuts him down. The cart will, at long last, be halted here for the Valiant.
Does this station take me back to home? Does this line go back to spawn? Because
yes, it does. It's the express line, in fact.
That's good. Yeah, I think so. Sashin's like, here's your ticket. As Valiant will finally get a reset onto the Hangzhou Spark. Well played. Alpha, you look towards Blade now. And for what it's worth, Becky's like, you know what? I am going to force the Echo, Tracer. Okay, it's good, but Echo's the bread and butter. See how effective it's going to be. You're going to need all the tools you can get versus this Blade coming on through. Okay, that's a big start. That's what you want.
Yes, it is. Nice little beam kill. Shy taken down. That kill Shy has been the win condition of many teams in the past versus the Spark.
Sound Barrier's online here as well. It's going to be Sound Barrier versus Rally. An interesting dichotomy of the Rally. I think the part of the reason why the Brig is still online for the Valiant is you do need that extra healer for Becky. Whether he's on a Tracer or an Echo. Echo's just going to be the Brig is just going to be the better healer compared to the Lucio. But Neko allows Bernard to do so much more with that speed boost. Sound Barrier in play as well. Nano's about to be online. Waiting for the Nano Blade. Should be Alpha Yi striking now.
Sasha receiving the Nano, trying to stay alive. Alpha Yi, however, is just carving up the back lines. Gets Eichenwalde as well for a third. Sees Becky, knows where he's at. Sends out the deflect. Becky just going to be taking this guy who's trying to escape, but he is all on his lonesome, and he's right now out in the open. So it seems like this is going to be an extended stagger. As he cannot outtrade Alpha Yi. Just gets taken out.
Yeah. Extra bubble coming through from Bernard. Perfect. I mean, this is just the most average, normal Alpha Yi play ever. And it's a classic 4K, right? But he does it so often. It's just standard. Alpha Yi does as Alpha Yi does. Take a look at that play again from the start. We caught the end. Nano into the Blade, and they're already rushing backwards. Doesn't even care about the Nano. You see the Nano coming through onto Sashin. Yeah. Completely is just not even a consequence there. Alpha Yi already knows who he wants to go for. He'll leave Sashin for the rest of the team.
Nice headshot.
Nice shot.
Holds on to the overclock. Says, okay, Neko out of the picture. Means that it's going to have to be a reset from the side of the Spark. Shy taking a nap. Deflect actually used from Alfie. Really nice coverage. Keep Shy safe. Still in a bit of a precarious spot. Becky's going to go for the dupe. Copies the Sojourn. See how he fares. Alfie taking a bit of damage and
not bad.
Finishes him off with the nade. But Bernard now under fire as Eichenwalde did invest the overclock here, and Becky builds one up, but now is going to be broken out of the dupe. Looks for a little bit more. Neko falling low. Narrowly breaks around the corner to not get beamed to death. They're now down 2 minutes and 10 seconds here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark, but they have so many ults getting ready to come up.
Well, so do Valiant, though, right? They have 2, about to be 3 with the Nano as well, and that grab around this corner could be pretty deadly as Hangzhou Spark. They have to at least group up in some ways as they try and move through. Shy needs to look for an angle. The overclock should come through. It could be a nano clock as well. That'd be a pretty decent combo. They definitely are not shy about nanoing Shy. We've seen plenty of that in the past.
Not going to be the nano clock. Shy almost dead. Still, however, going to get pressured out.
Teru holding.
Yeah, huge catch. Sashin able to offer up so much damage here. Now staying alive as best as he possibly can. They get grabbed together. The rally's rolling. Anti's out onto both. Somehow Sasha. Okay, now finally going to be finished off. Bernard able to get him once more. Max energy coming through from him. They just go ahead and tear apart the Valiant. Pushing forward once more, halfway now towards this final point C. 14 seconds remaining. The Valiant need to get out of the spawn room. That's going to be the first struggle because Alpha E still holds onto the blade.
We just throw the resource onto Bernard. Yeah, Alpha E and Shy
going
playing
10.
a lot lower. I think, well, double flex support, I suppose. Becky's also moved off for the Echo. You're still Harmony Becky, but at the moment, the dual scores might help. Alfie trying to go for just Ashen. Gets him.
Yeah, it's enough damage. Gets Molly as well. Now, Easy Hunt, Becky, the ones trying to play the card. Langston doesn't stand a chance, and yep, that's going to be the cleanup. Team kill coming through. Hangzhou Spark, they make it to the end. They start off with a massive time bank, so this is still a decent effort from the side of the Valiant.
Yeah.
43 seconds, so time in the bank on the finish. Still a positive sign for the Spark.
And I have to say as well, the Spark are able to play Alpha E on a dry blade quite effectively. I mean, just the bubble is fine. A little bit of support there. Sometimes not even requiring the nano. I feel like that's been a bit of a crutch for some of our other teams and how they play through their Genjis, whereas here, they're able to get it through. The Hangzhou Spark looking much stronger on this map compared to what we just saw in Ilios. And to be fair, they already looked reasonable in Ilios, but this is definitely, I would say, quintessential Spark. That's why I was never really that worried for them on Ilios, because, you know, you're playing the Gushui Winston version where Shy is kind of stuck on a Sombra as well. He's not a bad Sombra, but we all know that's not been his main hero so far in the season. That's not been where his strengths have lied. Alpha E as well, he's been a really good Tracer, but he's been an unbelievably god tier Genji. So again, we're waiting for the Spark to go on to their best hits, which is something coming through now. And for the Valiant, kind of felt like C was always going to be their weakest point. A and B is where they needed to have gotten their defense really sorted. And C was never going to go too well for them as far as individual strength on specific picks. So once again, I think for the Valiant, setting a good time on A and B will allow them to be competitive on this map. As again, I don't think C is going to go that well for them.
We will find out as the gates open up. Widowmaker here from Easy Han, just sees Bernard behind the statue. Go ahead, swap it up, goes for the Sojourn. Becky, seen some good looks from him with the Echo, but needs to have, really needs to pack a punch for this attack. Alfie spotted up on the high ground, forced out into the open here by Langza.
Now, part of the difficulty for Becky is because EasyGun's not on a Sombra, he can't quite link up a dive with anybody, not with Sashin either. So he has to do a lot of this alone. The only support he's going to get is a bubble from Sashin, which has already arrived, I think.
Yep,
that's about it.
One.
He's diving in solo now. You can see that just through the wall.
Okay, they take the hotel. Are in danger of
He's
maybe
got a crossfire going as well.
Completely encroached upon, but okay, moves up into the high ground. Neko taking down to 49, but doesn't pursue.
Those stickies.
Doesn't go in. Can't quite find that elimination. Would have been a really big
Look at this.
opening here.
Becky has top control. He's actually got the entire top control. Now he's trying to get this right side as well. He's forced the entire Hangzhou backline off.
Yeah, takes Neko down to a sliver of HP, actually. They can't get the kill, and Shy, he shuts him down. Now, the Valiant, I mean, they're kind of all trapped inside of the hotel. Easy Han back through the archway over towards B. Finds an opening.
Punish.
Alfie looks like he was trying to go on a bit of a flank mission, ends up losing his head for it. Shy, though, looking to do much of the same to somebody else. Nano out from Molly, goes to Becky. Sticky bombs get the kill. Neko dead. That's the support side of the fight to the side of the Hangzhou Spark. Bernard taking a nap as well. They pile in on top of him, and that should be the Zarya eliminated. And there you go, a little bit of extra pressure from Langza. Find the elimination in the end. Some damage from Alfie. Becky is just so far forward with Easy Han here.
Yeah.
They don't really care if they get reset.
He does have Sashin. He's got Sashin somewhat nearby as well, so the bubbles will be there to protect. They've left the double supports back to cap, which is fine. And I think you have to look at the timing here as well. Look at the Spark ultimates. They're about to come online. So Valiant win this fight in the neutral with the Nano before anything else is there. It's a one ultimate fight. Great timing by Molly. He gets his Nano far sooner than Teru does. And trusting that Becky's going to get it done. You Nano Becky, pops in these nanoed up stickies, and they destroy Teru. That's off the back of Easy Han already finding that initial pick on the rail as well.
Okay, Siggy's going a little bit wide there, Shy. crashing into the walls. Looking like he's going to be okay. Pulse bomb out. Alfie finds Langs as Suction taken down.
That's
the bottom sleeping, but the damage is already done. It's not going to be able to really turn it around from here because Becky is also dead. It's going to have to be a quick reset. Valiant losing about a minute so far. Hangzhou Spark holding the arch control.
And now Sashin's got the grab, but Neko can get that counter. Becky's also going towards the Tracer. Similar to what we saw on the early stage of the B previously as well. He played a tiny bit of Tracer, then went back over towards the Echo. So I wonder if Becky's just looking for the ability to get that backline pressure. Now that they don't have a Sombra right now, well, no team has a Sombra so far on this map. Not that you'd really want one. Alfie's been doing work. Shy now gets the Nano Clock combo.
Yep, Nano Clock in. Grab gets the catch on the one, but he's going to be sliding away. Can't get the kill. Sasha now going to be taking a nap as well while he's nanoed up, so they effectively nullify it. Overclock from Eichenwalde. Needs to hit some people in the head. He's desperately trying for it, but Bernard just doesn't care. He just continues to walk at him. Lobs in a right click. Molly dead. Hangzhou Spark have a chokehold on this.
Yeah, I mean, Bernard has just done the main chunk of the damage here as well. He's got the highest frags on 13 final blows. Alpha E on 10. Bernard's really putting the work. And again, he's received the majority of the resources, I think, coming through from the Hangzhou Spark, and for good reasons as well. He's been absolutely lights out versus the LA Valiant, who have not been able to get past this archway. And that Nano Clock from Shy, the reason why it didn't go off is because Sashin solo grabbed, and beyond that, the rest of the frags go the way of the Spark. Now, Becky has the lead. Valiant have 5v4.
Gets the pick. Alfie could turn the tides, though. Just hold on to a pulse. Decides he wants to save it for a future fight. They know that they are still draining the clock. It's only 2 minutes remaining now. And they could just as easily lock down the clock in front of point B.
Well, they can play for another grab. They got the grab pulse combo, so it's another really insane combo that Valiant can't really do much against, and Sashin has to save bubbles for this.
Actually, it's called the Big Bang. Just, you know, it's my nerd. Little correction there. They get the lockdown, and I mean, yeah, Pulse be damned. They don't need it. Neko, the headshot, finishes off Becky as well.
Big enough.
Hangzhou Spark once more.
Bang not required.
Perfectly in control. This is starting to look a bit brutal, a bit desperate from the Valiant.
1 ult, 1 win. This is the problem, right? B is still a better point for the Valiant than C. I think it will get even worse for the Valiant if they can get to C, but at this point, it's not looking like we're going to get there. And if we do, the time is just certainly not going to be enough. That's a real struggle for the Valiant. Another Pulse Bomb available for Becky. He had a kill with it previously. Can he get one again? Alpha E is also going for the same thing.
Finding Terror would be huge to take the Nano out.
Well, both the Tracers have currently marked each other. Just a little bit.
He moves in. There's the stick.
The bubble.
And the bubble is good. Bernard, what a turn. Keeps him alive. Neko, however, still at risk. Goes down. Alfie pulse bomb of his own this time. Does find Molly. Length is taken out by Shy. No support in the fight. Alfie falls. It's a 2 for 2, but Sasha and Eichenwalde now all in the lonesome. He knows it's desperate, but this is still way too wanting from Bernard. I can't believe that he sends that in. Yeah, Bernard, he gets the kill. The cart is being brought forward right now by Eichenwalde, but the Hangzhou Spark are going to be able to get the touch.
There's still Hangzhou Spark members alive, and they're coming in now. Alfie with the Tracer. Terra survived. Neko on 87. Shy can still overclock. It's Shy versus Eichenwalde. Eichenwalde had a couple of good rails just that last fight. But whoever gets his overclock online and gets the value is going to allow the cap to come through or enable the B-hold.
They need this overclock to slap. Shy is looking to do much the same. Pops his own. Neko, Transcendence up. Headshots only from now on. Prince now expiring. Bernard
grab.
11%. He's almost got it. He's going to be building up that energy, Sashin. Probably wishing that he had saved on or held on to one of his own. Doesn't have it. Becky in the corner on that. Genji just doesn't stand a chance. This map is done and dusted. The cleanup comes through. It's going to be an Ajax speed at the very end. And there's the hold in front of B. Hangzhou Spark will tie things up 1-1.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, Hangzhou Spark even outperformed my personal expectations of like where things were going to go well for the respective teams. And Hangzhou Spark just locked down B so effectively. Again, Bernard has to be kind of the MVP of that particular map. Some good, you know, mechanics shown by Shy and Alpha E in different moments. Especially when we look towards the Alpha E Blaze, right? Had a great Nano Blade and also a Dry Blade attacking C, but across the attack and the defense there, I'm looking at through the stats. Bernard 35% of team damage on 13.9k. Yeah, it's just everything you want. He completely outplayed Sashin, outplayed the LA Valiant, and when the Valiant can't get that Echo working anymore on B, I mean, their momentum is gone.
Yeah. Sasha looking honestly a bit out of sorts, like not to take anything away from Bernard's play because he's looking phenomenal on King's Row, but Sasha just some odd decision making happening there, throwing that grab when you still have about 40 seconds remaining. It's not the final fight. You don't have to get that desperate. Could have just held on to it, but either way, that's in the past now. We'll look forward to Circuit Royale, see what happens as we shift over to Escort. Both teams now tied up. Someone's going to be taking the lead, moving up to match point. Is it the Valiant? Is it the Spark? We'll find out in a few. And we are back and tied up at 1-1. The Hangzhou Spark looking dominant on King's Row, get a hold in front of point B. Now they tie up the series. We're going to be moving into Circuit Royale for our third map to see who is taking the lead, who gets the match point, and gets that much closer to winning the series.
It's been competitive. And as we move over to map 3, which, remind me, it was Circuit Royale, was it not? Okay, so we're moving towards something a little bit more sniper-based. First question on board is, are we getting Sigma or are we going to get the Zarya? Because that's been a little bit of a contentious kind of decision-making debate between the teams, right? We have Guangzhou with Piggy showing a lot of confidence on that Sigma. We have some of the other teams preferring more of the Zarya look. And with that also determines the rest of your composition, because if you're looking towards a Sigma, you're more likely to be playing the snipers, specifically the Widowmaker. You're more likely to be playing the double flex supports as well. Whereas you play the Zaryas, we're basically back to where we were in terms of compositions, playing, you know, the same kind of Genji, possibly Sojin, Ana, Lucio kind of look. As a Valiant have mostly locked in themselves, ignoring Easyhan's little Junkrat pick there. The Spark, as a defending team, okay, they're going to go for the Sigma version. So we're actually going to get an unmirrored matchup, which is my favorite. I prefer the unmirrored matchup. It's going to be Zarya into the Sigma, and maybe we can sort of end the debate, or at least we can sort of get a more of a definitive answer. Which of these two comps on circuit is actually better?
I mean, yeah, until they see that he's playing, I was going to say, until they see that he's playing the Sigma, and then they just swap over to Sigma, so it's not going to be that, after all.
Well, then do you trust? But do you trust the? Are they squashed? Because Sashin's still locking it in. Because here's the other thing: is do you trust Leng Somali to play the double flex support? Is the other question, right? I mean, maybe you do, maybe you don't. Sashin has to make the call now, and the Becky Junkrat is actually real. Like, wait, is he going to jump over the top? Where's he going? Surely he's not flanking with it. So they're just going to spam the shield with the Junkrat. That's the strat then.
He's hit it so far. He's jumping. He's got a mine set up.
He's prepping a mine. Yeah.
Okay. He shifts over to the high ground, instantly hit with a decretion, and he's dead. And he is just dead. Oh my god. All right. That was
Hey, you remember the stat line? I believe after week 1 of Countdown Cup, there were only 2 heroes that we had not seen with serious playtime in the Overwatch League. It was Bastion and Junkrat, and now we got the Junkrat. So we're just missing the Bastion now.
Oh
he nearly died again, by the way.
I was going to say,
same play, nearly died again.
Good God. He's a madman. He's got Shy's position, sending some bombs his way. He hasn't been able to get the hit yet. This is absurd.
Is he trying to break shield? Is he trying to? If he's trying to be a shield breaker, I would prefer the Hanzo. I think the Hanzo.
Here he goes again.
What is he? He's dive bombing. What is this?
And he's just.
He's
dead.
playing. It's like he's playing a very bad Genji. Like, if you imagine,
I mean,
and now he's going towards the Genji.
No,
you know what he's doing. You know what hero? What
he's playing?
He's playing to his opponents.
He was playing Junkrat and cosplaying as the Riptire. He's just like, I just have to jump on top of them and they all die, right? I'll go in and then martyrdom will kill everybody.
I was going to say, like, basically, you're diving in as a Junkrat. It's just a bad Genji. Now he actually just plays real Genji. With that, Molly somehow gets burnout.
Oh, Neko. So very low. Shy will find Becky, but the fight widely is going the way of the Valiant. Shy offers up yet another headshot. Alright. Well, I don't think that little excursion qualifies as serious playtime either, so Junkrat's still not really being seen.
The problem is it technically does. Because serious playtime is you actually have to play a fight. I can't remember if it was like a certain amount of time played, or like
was that a fight?
The significance of it was 2 fights actually. It was a couple of different fights. Well, 2 skirmishes.
Getting bodied. Called 2
ints. I mean, right? Well, you take those. I mean,
well,
I still think a wrist is a throw. So I mean, that's in the same category for me.
Well, even with the double inting Junkrat play from him,
they've somehow capped
a decent time bank. Oh, Zihan, little minor bit of jiggling is just enough for him to be able to avoid that headshot and grab out from Sashin. Doesn't lead to too much window force from Neko. Just shove them back down the ramp a bit.
Okay, EMP time. Easyhan sneaking in. Cancel it. Yep, cancel. Not quite. Did he catch?
Oh.
Did he get burnout?
No. Sashin still hit the floor.
He did.
He didn't cancel it, but
didn't get
no kills directly from the Flux. Bernard taken quite low. Mortality field finished off. Bernard still under quite a bit of fire. They're trying to keep him alive, and so far it's working a treat. Sashin, however, Does get shy, but now with Easy Han down, maybe not as questionable as I thought. Nano's out on the Sashin. Energy's got to be pretty decent. Molly back turn. Does stay alive here for a little bit longer.
How is he alive?
Shipped out. Alfie finds the kill. Blade now pulled from Becky. Finds Neko as he tries to leap up into the air. Gets the kill to deflect. Keeps him alive for a little bit longer. 27 HP. Alfie eventually gets on top of him, finds the elimination. Bernard not going to be swapping over onto the Zarya. Alfie dead. That should be the cap coming through as the slide away happens. Yep. There you go. 4 minutes for the Valiant on this final stretch. Looking pretty damn decent.
Sasha still has grab as well. So with all of that, Bernard swaps off, goes towards the Zarya. Doesn't want to play for the kind of slow holding of the pool section where you kind of cover this window, put the barrier up, allow Neko to build up for the Zant Matrix and just kind of spam through. They will still obviously be spamming through. But now that we are on this final bit of the defense, I expect that maybe Neko goes over towards the Ana. I mean, ideally Terry plays Ana and Neko plays the Zen, but they can't do that right now. One of them does need to go towards the Ana. Sashin, again, as a reminder, has that grab. Has been pulled now.
Yep. Locks him in. Brutality Field was just around the corner, so they weren't able to get in there and actually finish the kills. Sashin trying desperately to get Alfie. Easy Han eventually finishes him off, but the fight is so widely won by the side of the Hangzhou Spark, and they're taking a very forward position while they spy check, because they know that Easy Han's down to a sliver. Won't find him. Just pull back here onto the high ground now.
3 minutes. Just under. Hangzhou Spark could, I was going to say they can get out of the window and play more forward ground here. Ideally, they can play through a good window angle. Neko will probably set one up here. Has to get rid of Becky first. There it is. Doesn't see a lot. I think Valiant will just kind of back out of this if they can or hide.
You just wait it out. Becky, okay, never mind. They won't. Window now expiring with Sasha and Becky both taken down. Alfie chasing forward, gets the stagger kill onto Langza. They spot Molly way out in the middle of nowhere. And they just let him go. That's about to be half the time bank drained.
The timing is really intricate as well because Easy Han was, I believe, about 6% away from EMP. So had the window come down from Neko and Easy Han actually had the EMP, that could have just been cancelled. So Spark still somehow managed to get value off of that Ant Matrix, even though it looked like at the beginning of it, it wasn't doing a lot for them. And it's a minute gone now from when we started. Easy Han just looking for the backline EMP. Likely to catch 2 here. Teru knows something is up.
Okay. Neko dead. Teru does manage to get that Transcendence off to try to keep everybody else alive. Alfie going to be sleeping. Drops down, gets that healing through. Shy with the overclock. Catching 1. He's playing it actually behind the members of the Valiant over towards the entryway to the final point. Takes a nasty shot of damage. Sasha able to finish him off. Now the Transcendence in from Langza saves Sasha's life. For a little bit more, Bernard taken down, and finally the Valiant have been able to breach this position and start advancing forward, but it's only a minute and 23 seconds remaining.
Could be the OT push there, as Hangzhou Spark definitely have more fights ahead of them. Now, Neko and Teru do make the swaps I was kind of alluding to, but requires 2 swaps. That's the kind of painful thing for going into the right heroes. As Becky gets taken down by Shy here.
Dead.
So you have double supports here going back down to 0. EMP online versus Grav, and with Becky down, Valiant had to lose. And this is why, this is definitely going to go to OT. I don't see Valiant capping this until we get to OT.
Oh, Langza with a save. Hack on the Molly. Langza gets the headshot. EMP now going to be used by Easy Han. Need to see the follow-up. Grab gets used by Bernard. So far, if no one's dying, Alfie will eventually get taken down since the pulse bomb doesn't find too much for it. And Becky will finish off Bernard. So some space opened up for them now. 35 seconds remaining. Shy so low.
Sash and Grav can finish this one. That's what they need. Bernard coming back on a Doom. I don't know about that. Bernard coming back on a Junker Queen.
Junker Queen.
Going to see a real Junker Queen here.
Been a hot minute. Comes back on, see if he can put it to good use. Sasha Grab nearly online. Becky, however, chunked out. Grab comes in, manages to catch 3, and Easy Han with a Soldier 76 of all things. I didn't even notice that one. The Helix Rockets takes down Neko, and the swaps work a treat. They will be able to get this finish with time in the bank as well. 7.8 seconds remaining. The Valiant narrowly make it across the finish line.
Yeah, so a little bit faster there, and the Hangzhou Spark as well. Shy ending that round on, I think, 98. A little bit unfortunate. Bernard doing a little bit of Mystery Heroes inside spawn. I mean, I don't think the Doom was going to be a great call. We know Doom just gets farmed here, but Junker Queen not doing that much more either. Take a look at Langsar's POV. Some decent damage coming through. Oh, that kill into Alfie was quite nice. Shy also got a couple picks here as well on the back end, but not enough to really save the day. Langsar really fragged out, didn't he? And that's despite Becky kind of trolling 2 lives on the Junkrat before swapping over to the Genji. At least they finished the map, so that's one thing checked off the checklist for sure. See what Hangzhou Spark get. A lot of this will come down to their early momentum on A and B, and I have to say, given that I don't expect Spark to be doing any sort of Junkrat shenanigans, they should have a much better time on A.
Oh, for sure. Sorry, and an almond in my mouth. But, yeah. Should be a lot better. I'm in snack mode. I haven't had dinner yet, so, you know, gotta have something to sustain me.
Becky had a mind worm in his brain, telling him to play Junkrat. It was controlling him. So that
Jake
was his
has
birthday wish.
infiltrated the ranks.
He said to Sungwoo in Thai dollars, like, it's my birthday and my wish is to play 2 lives of Junkrat. Grant it to me. And he got it.
I would say no, but that's just me.
Okay, here we go. It's Burner with a Sigma on attack as well. Sashin sticking to the Zarya on defense. So we're getting the same matchup. No, I lied. Burner's like, you know what? Let's not do that. Neko should be on the Lucio though. Now he's on the Zen instead. Okay, well that makes Alpha Yi's gameplay a little bit more tenable.
Yeah. Quite getting the shot. Gets the body tag there on a Becky. Sashin as well, quite low. Healing coming through. Molly gonna be quite happy with this. Probably saying, you know, go ahead, get tagged up some more. Trying to get that nano online. It's making good pace right now.
You see that Sashin is being very careful with his peaks. He's only really peeking with the bubble, so every time that Shy wants to take a shot, the bubble comes in just in time. It does slow down Sashin's ability to charge up anything, including his own energy. And everyone has to play super safe. Easyhan can't even really go for any rail plays either. Shy is controlling that space.
Oh,
that's
great
why.
little scope in. Gets the dink. Easyhan taken down, push on the corners, trying to predict the movement of Langset. Doesn't quite nail it, but now they have the sleep on the Assassin. Expect Shy to try to move into position, actually, to get that headshot. It's not able to do so. Seems like Assassin
can see it.
Might just be able to stay alive, and he does. Still playing in a fairly poor position. Now he's going to be nanoed up. Shy taken down as Becky goes diving forward. Taro is eliminated as well. Bernard only able to answer one back. Falls low. He eventually will get the kill, reset his energy. Now Bernard fishing for a little bit more. Try to go ahead and take the lead towards this grab.
Couple of nice kills coming through from Sashin towards the end there, 91%. Actually, we're neck and neck on the grab currently. Shy Infrasight found. See if we can do anything with it. I think ideally with the Infrasight, they don't pop it until they make their way to the hairpin. So you need Burner, a couple plays to push forward. And actually, if you're Valiant, you probably want to commit your grab quite early. You don't want to give Hangzhou Spark space to allow Shy to find angles, especially off the back of an Infrasight. It'd be quite hard to play in.
No one can hide them all.
This is the corner I'm talking about.
Speaking of which, there's the pop.
They want Becky.
Trying to get around the... Oh, wow. Okay.
That hit.
Around the corner. Yeah. Great little shot. Sashin does stay alive, but Shy catches Becky right after the dash. Incredible accuracy from him. Bernard out lobbing in. That grab, Sashin locks in. It's just an easy shot for Shy. Takes him down. Gets Easyhan to boot. Oh, man. Just an absolute shooting gallery. And that's the cap on A. 3:45 in the time bank for the Spark.
I just like how smart Spark are about that kind of line of play as well. They know that they can just play through the Widowmaker. They have the trust. They put the trust in the Shy as well. And they're not trying to pull the trigger early. They're not trying to force any fights. They're not trying to force any sort of situations. They're opening up angles for their sniper, placing the trust that Shy will get it done. He will find the picks, and he does do that. They just have to push into the hairpin, give Shy some angles, use the Infrasight, get the opening pick, and look at this. Valiant have nearly 5 ultimates, but no chance to use anything because Shy just picks them apart.
Becky trying to get on top of Alpha Yi, pops that recall to keep himself safe. Grab out from Sashin, who now gets slept. Bernard, the catch, but they can't play off the back of it. Now Bernard going to be boosted up. Nano out onto Becky, blade pulled, but just can't really get into the back line. The Transcendence is there as well to keep everybody protected, so sword gets sheathed. Easyhan dead, Alpha Yi getting on top of him. Finds an elimination, Becky goes diving forward to try to get something back, but it's not going to happen. Now the Transcendence is well going to be committed to the fight here. They're trying to buy some space, buy some time. Sashin will manage to get 1 kill onto Terra, but now Langza taken down. Sashin finding another, but it's just too much work for one man to try to deal. Bernard with 100 energy will finish him off.
That should be the cap coming in through. Becky will try and get the touch here. He does. Can't survive for long, though. You need Eichenwalde to pull through some really decent picks. Becky, wait, how does Becky find a kill into the middle of all of that? It's a bit strange, but it does work. Only one kill in the grab as well. You need a lot more damage in that grab.
Oh, Bernard, that's going to be a massive reset. Losing out on the energy now. Alpha E, low. Both supports here for the Spark. Dangerously low.
Just thought
0.08 meters, that's insane.
Wasn't enough Spark members alive there. I mean, the grab came through, caught something like 3 members, and there should have been enough damage to get those kills, but only one actually fell. And Spark almost actually capped off the grab as well because it pulled everyone off the payload, but it wasn't enough. That is super surprising, and I think disappointing if you are the Spark, because that should have been the winning push.
It's absolutely insane that they were able to stop the cart with that little distance left to go. Becky, antied out. Comes back in. Pulse bombs abound for both these Tracers. Infrasight expiring. Nano out onto Sasha. Grab at the ready. Throws it. Can they get the kill this time? We'll find a couple. He's going to get Alpha Yi, Shy, dead, Teru gone. Sasha going to be the only casualty as they win out the fight. Hangzhou Spark held at bay once more. Team kill with a minute remaining. Valiant might just be able to pull off this defense.
Super concerning, especially if Eichenwalde can get an opening frag here as well. He's got the angle to play through from the spawners. As even if Spark can get this B point cap, I mean, the time available just sucks. You're looking at 1:30 to go into C. Time bank doesn't really matter because even if you cap in the OT, the 7.8 seconds is probably not a huge difference. So Spark, they just want to cap anything that they can.
Pop shot. Oh.
Not quite. Trance versus Trance here. No other ultimates, just Trance is alive. So this is kind of just waiting for the snipers, but I think Spark are going to get impatient. They can't wait for Shy this time.
Shy playing very close. Gets the body shot on the Langsa. It's not up for the kill. Langsa's still in this fight. Transcendence very much still online. Eichenwalde as well, hunting for a target. Bernard looking to pressure him out. Transcendence going to be used. Keeps Ashton alive. He's looking for the pop shot. Becky taken down. Good anti-nade there from Teru. Finds the kill. Alpha tagged up, antied as well. Shot out though. Shy finds Eichenwalde as he tries to go inside. The cart now pushing forward. And with the hits coming through, Shy again. It's one after the other. Gets Langsa. A little mini highlight reel here in the last few moments of the push onto B. Get a minute and a half added to the time bank. The Hangzhou Spark can still finish the map.
And what's impressive about Shy's line of kills there, he just kind of runs at the opponent. He's directly in the face of all of his targets. 5 meters away even. Because both players have the infrasight, Eichenwalde's going to remain on the challenge. Peeks off the bubble. Clears it. No Shy spotted. They know where he is now. But again, there's still limited time here. So for the Hangzhou Spark, they need to be able to get great value on this grab. There's not great support ultimates. Transcendence is gone. Molly is 91 towards the Nano. Nano will save one person.
Sasha playing coast side. Spotting him out. Bernard.
Double infrasight.
Inching forward. We don't have a Lucio on the enemy team, so he doesn't have to be worried about getting booped off the side. We saw from just, just yesterday happen.
You see that? Eichenwalde had to grapple over the window just to make sure he didn't peek it. That's a lot of respect given. And I think
well earned.
Worthy as well, yeah.
Sachin playing forward. Grab nearly up for him. Shy under some pressure. Becky recalls out. Lang's going to be taken down. Molly as well now. Eliminated. Pulse from Becky, however, turns it around. Gets 2. No support to the fight. Grab locked in. They're going to catch up onto Bernard. The cart is rolling back. No one's touching this one. And there you go. In one fell swoop, Becky with a pulse bomb helps save the day. The hold comes in. The Valiant will win Circuit Royale, now move up 2-1.
Man, that was looking so good for the Hangzhou Spark as well at the beginning of the fight. If it wasn't for the Becky double pulse bomb kill, Spark might have been able to cap, and despite all the heroics shown by Shy, the good news and the good part of that, the impressive part is, man, Shy hit some disgustingly good shots, but I think you got to speak to the negative as well. The negative is, if you are playing Widowmaker, it does slow down your gameplay a lot. You can't be as fast-paced. You are playing a lot around, waiting for your Widowmaker, setting up your Widowmaker. You can try and push in, but you don't have that kind of 5th member just to brute force with. And so for the Spark, you're going to have to take the wins with the losses there. And unfortunately, this one got close, but was not a cap. And is it got to be the LA Valiant pulling through with another map?
Well, Valiant now in pole position to be able to take this series 3-1 over the Hangzhou Spark. New Queen Street is going to be coming up next. Hangzhou Spark, though, much like we saw in our previous series, need to be able to close that one out if they want to take us into yet another Game 5. We'll see if they are up to the task, or if the Valiant will be able to get a fairly clean win. And still, the 3-0 still going to be eluding them, but they absolutely can still get a 3-1 win here. We'll have to see what happens when we come back and get ready to go into that fourth and potentially final map, so don't go anywhere. $2-1 the lead right now for the Valiant. They close out Circuit Royale. Now we get ready to go to New Queen Street to see whether or not this is going to turn into a 5-map series, or if the Valiant are going to take the right, put the right foot forward rather, in their hopes to make it into the play-ins.
Ilios, it's the LA Valiant we're talking about here. So I mean, of course we're going 5 I mean,
yeah.
It's
Seems
preordained.
inevitable.
It's fated.
It's legally binding that they have to go to 5 maps.
I hope no one's got plans, because we're definitely going to 5. Dia's coming in for Becky, as he normally does for the map 4s. He sometimes actually does for map 3s as well. I'm actually a little surprised that he didn't come in for the map 3, given that it was it ended up being a Widowmaker battle, and Dia would have been kind of thriving in a Widowmaker battle. I think part of the reason for the Valiant side must have been that they valued, initially anyway, that Eichenwalde's ability to play the Sojin, potentially flexing onto a Sombra. They probably didn't expect that Shy was going to lean so heavily to the Widowmaker. They were probably hoping just for a Sojin battle, which Eichenwalde's confident in, but as Shy pulled out and got more success in the Widowmaker, Eichenwalde was kind of forced to play in that battle, and at that point you're thinking, damn, if Dia was here, this could be maybe a little bit closer. But Dia is here now. Unfortunately, not going to be for the Widow, though. As we hit a new Queen Street, it's most likely that Dia actually plays the Reaper. That's been his kind of main calling for these push maps. And we saw him last time on Colosseo. He was just there to play the Reaper. I'm not entirely confident that's going to be a great pick into what Hangzhou Spark are running, because if you're Alpha Yi, you're like, this is fine with me. I get to play the Genji here. You'd prefer the Genji, I think, on this map compared to the Reaper. And Dia's hero pool is going to be a bit of an issue for this map. I actually don't agree with the sub-in at all.
Oh, maybe it's the Dia Genji. I was just about to say.
Okay, let's not get too excited. That's I don't want to see another Junkrat. As long as we don't see another Junkrat. Actually, Ilios, I figured it out. I figured out. It's going to be the Dia Bastion, because it's the only hero that hasn't seen serious playtime yet in the Countdown Cup. Boom, done.
Perfect. Glad we figured it out. Solved the mystery, but no, it is just going to be the Reaper at the end of it all.
Yeah, I just think it's a worse matchup. It's just, and if you were playing into a win, this is fine, but playing into a Zarya, you just do so much more than Genji in this matchup.
Well, just be that initial hack out on the Bernard. Not much going to be found off the back of that one, other than some nice percentage here towards the EMP for Eichenwalde. Hangzhou Spark kind of rerouted, playing through alley. Sights turned over towards Shy, because he was getting harassed out a little bit there by Eichenwalde. It's going to be safe for now. Slides up, gets himself onto the high ground.
Getting some distance here, at least. Hangzhou Spark's positioning slightly better here. They can definitely try and collapse down. Eichenwalde's trying to get aggressive. He just takes a lot of damage. Already Translate gets away.
Dia still playing forward, now has that Wraith Walk back up. Play a little bit more aggressively. Shy continues to get hacked, continues to go low, but they cannot find the kills, and Bernard will take down Sasha. That's going to firmly give him the lead, where they were neck and neck before, and great sleep from Taro. They get the punish, Molly taken down as well, so the additional staggers being found. Dia can't make it out alive.
I just want to note something really quickly as well, as Shy just rails a couple of extra people. Is that Alpha Yi's damage output compared to Dia, it's night and day. I mean, Alpha Yi's got more than double Dia's damage output, and part of that is just the flexibility between range and short-range damages. You know, Alpha Yi can still play for a bit of poke on the Genji, has the ability to dash and execute with way more safety than the Reaper. And even though you have Valiant playing the Zarya Reaper running at Bernard was the one that killed Sash, and that shouldn't happen in that matchup when you have Dia on the Reaper to back up Sash, and yet it does.
Yeah. Nano out.
And he slept.
Goes over to Dia.
He's nanoed and slept.
Taking a nap.
He's laughing while sleeping.
Yeah. He's a madman.
Special ability.
Okay, dash up into the sky. That means that the blade is going to be pulled. Bubble from Sasha. It's not going to be nearly enough. But you're wishing you had that nano now. Nice little pick up there. Yeah, Molly eliminated. Dia so low. Has the Wraith walk out, but that's going to expire relatively soon. They're still chasing, looking for the kill, and they will have it. Hangzhou Spark now.
Man.
This could just be, this is a checkpoint, surely.
Alpha Yi's on 7 final blows, 7 limbs, 4 final blows. 7 final blows would be crazy. And 37% of team damage. I mean, he's climbing up the rankings. He's completely eclipsing everybody else. And the LA Valiant, they seem like they just can't even take these fights. They got initial 21 meters. That's okay. Now the EMP. Here we go.
Overclock and EMP. And man, just so much damage. Focus fired in. Bernard finishes off Eichenwalde. Dia dead moments before that. So the EMP finds absolutely nothing. Molly taken out. And is this just going to be a completion of the map? They don't have much reason to back away.
I figured it out. I know why. The reason why we're going to go to a map 5 is because Valiant consistently throw on the
Win
map
map
for.
vibes.
As quite clear that we're seeing, they don't want to win the map for. I think that's the real reason.
Okay.
Based on their choices, I think that's just the truth.
They find Neko. Bernard's taken down. Honestly, I've been waiting for Sasha to just still use the grab, even though this fight is over and they have the clear victory. I was just like, please don't do it. But I was not going to be shocked if he just threw it. But luckily, he does hold on to it. So now, a brief moment of respite for the side of the Valiant. 4 ults at the ready. They get the bot into a neutral position, so those
let me say this
spawns
then.
are lost.
This is at least a good position for the Valiant now, where we're getting towards an attempt to go for the cap with ultimates online. Now, they're still far enough away from the cap that they might be forced to use ultimates earlier. Here we go.
Okay, Blossom goes out. They get Bernard for that one. Everybody else in scattering. No further kills to be found.
Can Spark
They're
touch?
still getting a good amount of distance.
I think they can beat Engage here. I think if they just beat Engage, Bernard can catch up. They should be going... They should be able to touch this one. I think it will happen. Yeah, here we go. So just enough time. Yeah, Spark can lose a fight and still make the play for the cap.
Okay. 1.1 meters left to go. Sasha going to be locked in. Sound barrier goes out. Now Sasha antied. Goes low and throws his own grab in. Bernard still is the one who comes with the kill. Dia, I believe he was slept into death. Lengza dead. Molly dead. And Lijiang also dead. Is that good? Is that good play-by-play? What more do I need to say?
This is my issue with Valiant pulling the trigger early. You know, remember they had 4 ultimates, right? They had all 4 ultimates minus Eichenwalde. Now Eichenwalde's got the only ultimate. They pulled trigger early with the Nano Blossom, but they pulled it so early that despite winning that fight, Spark still had a contest. So Valiant's game plan should have been to play slowly there, play for maximum push, get Spark to come in and do something about it, and then Valiant can respond with ultimates. And then when you win a fight from there, you're far more likely to cap. He's going to now try to defend with this rail on the overclock. Oh, Shy's nano blocked.
He's feeling it. He goes just lunging at him, just gets slept there. He's still going to be nanoed up, but not at too much risk. Neko dead, blade pulled from Alpha. He finds Dia, looks for a little bit more, and catches Lengza as he tries to make his way out. A little bit of damage down on Eichenwalde as well, but cannot quite pursue deep enough to get that elimination at the end of it all. But Hangzhou Spark once more pushing up the ramp on the final stretch, breaching now 100 meters.
It's more than it's about double now. 56 to 107, just about double. Dia trying to get something done, just slept again.
They still do get Taro, and Neko's going to be finished off. Lengza gets that kill. Dia woken up, gets the kill on the Bernard as well. Still,
it's such
a back and forth, but it's not clean for the Valiant. There's 2 members left standing. They can ship the bot a little bit, but they can't really get it too far forward.
Well, this is fine. The silver lining here is because the bot is so far back, it's actually still reasonably close to the Valiant spawn, and now they'll stop here because you have to take this mid fight, right? Hangzhou Spark get all the forward spawns. Dia goes back to the team, so they're going to take this fight around this corner. Ideally, Valiant can even shift up a little bit further. And the Death Blossom is available versus Grav. Have to be careful about this one. Sashin must have a bubble available, otherwise Dia gets slept again. He's already been slept twice when he's
so
got the
low
nano.
on the back lines. Grav out. Catches 2. Dia trying to stay alive. Use the Wraith Walk, but Bernard just cannot be stopped. 2 more kills for him. Now a third on the back end as Molly's the last one to fall. And yep, another team kill. The bot once more going to be pushing forward. They still have had the forward spawns. They never lost them. So and once more, they can look to finish the map.
And that's the thing, right? Because they have 5 alive, they didn't lose anybody. They don't have to wait for respawners. If Spark win this fight, they cap, they finish. So Valiant, this is do or die, but the problem is, even if Valiant win this fight, they have to win like 3 or more fights just to try and equalize. Dia slipped again.
There he is, Sasha dead. And it's just...
They cap, this is finished.
One after the other. Eichenwalde stuck in the corner, and yeah, that is just going to be the finish. They will get this cap. Absolutely unbelievable performance here from the side of the Spark, just crushing them out of this one. Death Blossom is
God,
just, it's just the saddest. It's just the saddest Death Blossom I've ever seen in my life. Instantly green with a headshot. Yeah.
Someone died. Someone died in the Blossom, not the one you were looking for.
Yeah. God.
Here's it's such a disappointing map because none of this map is Dia's fault. Let me be very clear. Dia did nothing wrong here. He is set up for failure. Completely set up for failure on this map. Here and there's the difference. If Becky was in instead, you could still flex the Reaper if you want. maybe I just don't hold Reaper in high regard because I don't think he's a particularly hard character to play. Teams will probably disagree. Whatever. I'm just going to say my piece anyway. Becky can just play that Reaper. He already has so far this year, but then he can also flex over towards Echo Tracer, Genji, match Alpha E, do something. D is only here to play the Reaper. That's it. Substitution makes no sense. You're all in. You're literally going all in on this Reaper, and you know it's a Zarya matchup because Bernard's in. Gooshray's not been subbed in. Bernard's still in. You know what matchup you're going up against, and yet you've set your player up for failure. This is what I'm saying. We're guaranteed to go to map 5 because Valiant choose to lose on map 4. They've literally chosen to lose.
Well, some things are just consistent death taxes, Valiant 5 maps, etc., etc. Fusion disappointing. Anyway, we'll go ahead and throw to a quick little break. Map 5 is going to be coming up next. Busan to settle it all. And this is just, it's everything that we anticipated. It was never going to be easy. It was never going to be clean for either of these series. So yet again, we'll go to a map 10 on the day and see who walks away with a heads held high. Valiant need this win to try to keep themselves in contention for those play-ins. We'll see if they can get it when we come back from the break. And we are back, and once more going into a map 5 to round out the weekend. Valiant versus the Spark. All comes down to this one last map of control on Busan to see who walks away with the win.
And at this point, it's getting hard to call. I think the good news is for the Valiant, to speak to their side first, is despite what we saw in New Queen Street, going back to a control plays heavily into Becky's hero pool as he is being subbed back in. We're looking at more Tracer, looking at more capability of the Echo. Obviously, you can't run the Echo everywhere for a map like Busan. Ilios is going to be prime, I think, real estate for the Echo to thrive in. Marvel's coming for Sashin, so that's a commitment now from the Valiant to be playing towards Winston dive comp. So Sombra, Tracer, Winston dive should be the kind of bread and butter for the LA Valiant. If they're going to get a victory today, it's going to be off the back of that. For the Hangzhou Spark, they're making a commitment to Burner, so Gushui not coming back in, and I think a lot of this will come to fruition on Mecha base, so I expect Spark to have a big advantage on Mecha base, but from then onwards, could still be anyone's game.
Let's see what happens. Valiant, so much to play for here. Very much increase their odds of being able to make it into the play-ins rather than get shut out. Guangzhou Charge, going to be watching this one with wary eyes.
And the Guangzhou Charge are very much hoping for a Valiant win, as they're not the ones competing with Valiant. At least not yet. The Valiant win and... sorry, the Guangzhou Charge want Valiant to lose. I've completely mixed up my teams, excuse me. The Fusion want Valiant to win. The Fusion want Valiant to win. And the Guangzhou Charge, for probably one of the few times ever, actually want Hangzhou to win. So there you go. That's what I was trying to get towards. Is Charge need Valiant to lose, Fusion need Hangzhou to lose, and in fact, if Valiant do win, then Fusion's loss today suddenly doesn't feel as bad. So I think for Fusion, that would be a great silver lining for them. Still a lot of work to be done, though. Currently, fate not within their own hands in this particular matchup. And we are seeing almost mirror composition, double flexible for the Spark with the burner on the D.Va. So what this kind of means is we're going to see this kind of defensive version of a dive. Void and the Shanghai Dragons have actually played this comp as well.
Oh, Easy Han able to find first blood.
And they also lost
Terra
when
goes
they
out.
played this comp.
Well, there you go. Neko taken down. Now Bernard going to be knocked out of the mech. We'll see if he's going to stick with this D.Va or maybe swap to something else, but it does get finished off here. The first lockdown to the point, going to be going the way of the Valiant.
So the idea is that Valiant will dive in quite aggressively. Burnout will hold the Matrix over his supports, and then ideally he keeps them alive. But what we just saw there was Marvel dives in, and everyone died. So I guess that plan failed, at least the first attempt. So I'm still waiting to see this D.Va double flex support really come together for me. Shanghai couldn't make it work.
Oh, he tries to make it out, but Alfie actually manages to tag him. Shy going to be taking a nap here on the point, but it seems like he's going to be relatively safe. Does take a nasty hit as he gets woken up, but Lang's going down. Now Becky out of the fray. Seems like, yep, Spark going to get the flip right as the Valiant hit 36%, so definitely not that much of a disadvantage for them so far, as long as they can hold this for a while.
Easyon actually had the EMP advantage, but with that late death there, Valiant having to go for that respawn, Shy has caught up. Timing window there is going to be gone for the Valiant for now. EMP is going to be really huge. There's a decent window in EMP where Bernard doesn't have Matrix, right? You can't do anything else in the support line either. So if they can really charge down a specific support during the EMP window, that would be ideal for the Valiant.
Okay, EMP first up from Easy Han, but Becky taken down. Now the counter EMP comes in. Marvel instantly hits the ground dead. Easy Han will find a follow-up kill onto Neko, but is quickly dealt with. Shy punishing him for taking out his support. And I mean, it's just a Shy show right now. Good God.
Yeah.
Another one for him.
You need
24%
to get
towards the next
all three.
EMP.
You need to get both supports plus Bernard's mech as well. Because if Bernard's not EMP'd, he can Matrix the supports and then you can't get those kills. So great pocketing there, and then the counter EMP from Shy is enough to get a fight win as Hangzhou Spark will now almost double the cap percentage of the Valiant. Plenty more Valiant ultimates about to come online. Primal could be really interesting going the next fights as well. Part of the weakness of this D.Va comp though is no good nano target, so we'll see where the nano does go. Might just have to go into Neko.
into the back line. Becky pressuring him. Marvel comes in to try to join. There's a stick. What a play from Becky, diving through the window to take out Terra, but the nano was still used. Goes over to Neko, tries to stay alive, but Becky strikes him down as well. Now Bernard forced to use that self-destruct. Recalled to dodge it. Becky stays safe. The flip getting ready to come in for the Valiant. 93% on board for the Spark. They still haven't cleared it out. With Shy jumping back in the translocator. The flip will be there. 95 right now as Valiant try to climb.
And that's a lot of burst damage for the Valiant as well, because you saw Neko, he was nattered, he was even covered by the Matrix, but as soon as that Matrix goes away, he's instantly gone. Didn't even have a chance to use that Transcendence, which to me probably would have at least extended the fight, got you to 99, maybe gave you a chance to win as well. Still 4 players alive. So we're heading to LA Valiant's territory now, trying to catch up. Shy 1% away from EMP. Eichenwalde very close on his own regard.
Shy taken down. Terra was well falling. Yeah, great fight here so far for the Valiant, even with Marvel being slept. They're looking for a little bit more. They're going to get it. Neko taken down. Bernard getting broken out of this mech is going to be quite the punishment. They might have to just go jump off the side of the map now, because they, for sure, are not going to be messing with him.
Yeah, this is going to be, I'd say double 99, technically 99 to 95, but we are going to get to the OT regardless. Burner gets rid of the Diva. Neko coming back on towards Lucio.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right.
EMP out.
He's
not going to be anti. The kill's not being found yet, but Taro eventually will crumble. Marvel gets the stomp. Shy trying to counteract. Zihan the death, but Neko gone. No supports here for the side of the Spark. They're looking for the flip. Shy again finds a kill. Molly taken out. But he's just so damn low and will eventually fall. Marvel picking it up. Pulse bomb in. Bernard says goodnight.
Becky.
And the Valiant kick things off with a win on Sanctuary.
You can see towards the end there as well, I mean, the swap from Burner from Diva on Desari, I mean, to me, that's almost an acknowledgement of the fact that the output from Burner is just so much lower. You know, we saw how hard he carried previous maps, Zarya, very high energy, beaming people down, grabs impactful, bubbles super impactful as well, everything going so well for the Spark, and they actually had a reasonable lead. I'm not going to take too much away from the Spark for that. They had the 95% right. It was pretty reasonable. They defended some good dives from the Valiant, kept their backline alive. But when it comes through to individual mechanics popping off and having carry potential, Burner can't do that on Diva. So now as we move into Mecha Base, he's definitely going to be playing the Zarya. Not because he's gotten tired of the Diva, but more so he was always going to plan to play here. And this is the strength of the comp on this particular map. And Alpha E also towards the Reaper, because they know Marvel's going to be stuck on the Winston. So this is the correct matchup. This is why I think Spark have a huge advantage on this map, because Zarya is primed for Mecha Base. And you have the Zarya Reaper combo versus Marvel.
Let's see how they pilot it. Already the hack out on the Alpha E. Spots Becky. Recall burned. Nice and early. He's just playing elusively. Actually draws the attention of a hell of a lot of members on the side of the Hangzhou Spark. Point now going to be unlocked. Marvel jumping across. Looking for some damage here on a Shy. Pocket healing comes in, but now the anti connects, and Langza will actually dive in to find the kill. Marvel slept in the back lines. Jumped for 30 HP, and somehow he stays alive. Goes jumping back in across the members of the Spark, and he doesn't get punished. He actually finds a kill on the Teru. Now Bernard is going to be taking a nap. They try to pile in, and Marvel says, thank you very much. Just zaps away. It's kill after kill for the Scientist.
Yeah, so many low members there. Marvel, target-rich environment, clean damage. Becky now really rushing ahead. No Tracer on the other end as well. Not that we're expecting a Tracer again. It's the correct move for Alfie to be on this Reaper. But Becky's not going to get marked effectively, so he should have a reasonable matchup. Marvel's going to struggle here. He should struggle in theory, even though he got a number of kills there. It's Becky who sets the stage and enables the team. Pulse bomb available, still difficult. Great shot from Shy.
Yeah, Molly taken out. It's going to slow up. That nano coming online, but Terror was well going to fall. Becky continues to do serious work. Both the supports out of the fight off the back of the pulse bomb kill and the Neko. Shine also just trying to persevere, doing his damnedest. Got a sliver of HP. 9 to be exact. Manages to survive, and Bernard picks up 2 for himself. Offers up some damage to Langza as well. Now looking for Molly. 76 energy there for him. The point flip comes in. Spark now in control. 39% for the Valiant.
It's a great hold. A lot of that came down to Shy, right? 2 opening rails coming through on Shy. Doesn't even matter that Becky somehow find a stick and double kill. A little bit surprised that Burner didn't have the bubble available. Could have ran out, maybe didn't have LOS. Now the nano dive from Marvel. Neko received the booster. That's a mistake.
You would think, yeah. He's trying to do something with it, trying to find some kills. Not going to happen. Terror down low, and Neko not really going over towards him to try to get some peel, to try to offer up some healings. Terror just dies. Grab invested from Bernard. He goes low. The sound barrier comes in. Matched by Lengza. So far, nobody dead on the side of the valley. Now the EMP comes across. He clips on to 4. Bernard, Shy, both so damn low. Bernard going to be the first one to fall. Neko going to be taking a nap. Nice sleep dart there from Molly. Finds the kill. Molly goes off the side of the map, or dies, but Shy goes off the side of the map. The cleanup is there. The Valiant back in control. Now taking the lead.
That's a money MP. Absolutely money coming through from Eichenwalde. LA Valiant will be happy with that. As they lead once again 50-44. Hangzhou Spark, 2 ultimates on board. Overclock and the Death Blossom. Can they get this off though? Hard to get Death Blossom value. The bubble again is required. Could get slept, could get hacked. The first hack does come on through. They know he has Death Blossom. That's been confirmed now. Info.
Pulse bomb at the ready. Everybody clustered up. It's amazing that Becky has the patience to not just go trying to dive in and get that stick. Overclock out. Shy. Chunking away at Marvel. Tries to get Molly. Clips him in the shoulder. Lengsa taking down the Death Blossom. Able to find the kill. Over by the coast. Goes into the Wraith form. Trying to get the chase in on a Marvel. Will be able to do so with the help of Shy. The cleanup coming through. Spark get the flip. 82% set up here for Valiant as Becky's going to be the last one to fall.
Really good intercept there from Alpha Yi. You can see that Valiant were trying to disengage away from the overclock. That was for the most part successful. Only a couple of players even got tagged, but Alpha Yi teleports in, finds Langsa. Marvel can't save him as he drops down his own bubble, but can't really cover Alpha Yi. The Valiant will stop at 82 in terms of progress. Spark have run out of ultimates, they've run out of resources. Valiant gonna try and shove in now. Nano coming online. Nano needs to go on top of Marvel. They just break for a few moments, but there it is.
Again, maybe a pulse opportunity. Cut around the side. Terror taken out. Becky finds that kill. He gets Shy, but he also dies at the pulse bomb. It was an effective trade there. Bernard woken up, pops the bubble immediately. Tries to stay safe. Marvel, knowing that he's going to have the primal available, goes in, but he doesn't get the pop it. Just too much damage. Gets caught off guard. Now, 92% for the Hangzhou Spark. Point cap getting ready to come in. Looks like they're not going to be able to contest this. No, they do. Shy gets himself in there for just a brief little moment, but the flip comes through. Valiant at 85%. We're in final fight territory. Alpha Yi so damn low. Nano has to be invested from Terror just to keep him alive. The counter flip getting ready to come in. Marvel moves forward, tries to contest this one, but against the Reaper, still a bit of a dangerous prospect for him. Jumps in, just trying to peel. They put some pressure down onto Alpha Yi. Hack onto Marvel. A hell of a lot of damage. Leaps over to the side of the primal. Needs to come through. This time he's got it. Neko drops the beat. Shields up the team. The flip nearly there for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. They desperately need it, but Alpha Yi going to be taken out. The Death Blossom not going to be able to be used. The grab goes out for Bernard, and that should just be it. Bernard can't do anything. He's done so much in this series for the squad, but it's not enough to get them across the finish line. Shy, the last man standing, teleports away.
Oh my goodness.
And that is it. The Valiant will take Busan with a 2-0 win. They will take this series 3-2. And they keep the hopes, the dreams of play-ins alive for the Hangzhou Spark. It is a very bitter loss.
Right, it's a nightmare scenario for the Hangzhou Sparks. Another series they've lost. They haven't won a single series in this entire stage. They are 0-4. And their ability to catch up to the Philadelphia Fusion might have been squashed here. I mean, this is what I'm talking about, right? Despite Fusion losing today, that sting of a loss doesn't feel as bad if Hangzhou Spark also lose. So Valiant have seriously done the Fusion a solid here. The Valiant themselves give themselves a great victory in terms of catching up to the Guangzhou Charge. Guangzhou get one over Fusion. They widen the gap by 2 points, and the Valiant close that gap immediately. And now the race for 6th place, dodging elimination in 7th, is still on. Valiant are not out of that race.
No, they're not. The Spark, it's just a frustrating one there for them, but the Valiant, I mean, you can see Lengza there, all smiles right now. Well played by everybody on this squad, but there's one player in particular. We talked about him a hell of a lot yesterday. We're going to talk about him some more right now. It's Becky, our player of the match.
Yep. Becky, birthday boy, coming on through October 2nd. Debuts in the Overwatch League. It was
I completely forgot about that one. Happy birthday, Becky.
That's right. I mean, what a gift. He gets a gift of victory. Gets to play the match there as well. And just performed phenomenally. Despite not being there for New Queen. I mean, in a way, I think that kind of helps his cause a little bit, right? Because, yeah, they lose New Queen Street, but Becky wasn't part of that loss. The maps that Becky played in were far more competitive maps, far better maps for the LA Valiant. And, you know, despite some of the shenanigans of the Torb coming on through, the rest of the performance from Becky was solid, right? We saw how good, I mean, this double pulse, that was the round, that was the map winning pulse. That one play there, the double pulse, gave them Circuit Royale. We might not be at a map 5. This could have been a spark victory otherwise. But Becky really showed what his worth was, and I'm just so happy to see that, you know, for Valiant and Becky as well. A slow start to the season does not mean that you can't make a recovery towards the end.
Like they always say, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And right now, Becky is finishing in style. This has just been an impressive performance from him in this tournament block. And he's shown, you know, sparks of it the whole way throughout. You know, not to have a pun there. But right now, he is just hitting his stride fully. This guy has just been utterly incredible to watch. And it's 2 back-to-back well-deserved players of the match for him. And on his birthday, no less, it's a damn good one. Because sometimes, you know, you get those players that match, and you're like, I don't know if they really deserved it, but it's their birthday. Becky absolutely deserved it.
And, you know, these strats as well is just the statistics are only on tracing. You played a bunch of different heroes today. I also want to say is, overall for the Valiant, consider this. Their record for the Countdown Cup, the stage, is 3-1. They've never had a record this good. I mean, their record puts them well above teams like, obviously, the Hangzhou Spark, who haven't won a single series yet. But even teams like the Shanghai Dragons, Shanghai Dragons are 1-3. They have the opposite scoreline. Dragons are 1-3, Valiant are 3-1. What is going on there? That is an incredible stage so far for the Valiant. I mean, you almost wish you could start the entire year again, because the Valiant at this sort of format, this sort of level, if you had this at the start, we're looking at very different standings. But still towards the end, like I said, you might have started slow, but there is still a shot there. They have this pathway to escape elimination, and my God, are they playing like their lives depend on it. And surely their tournament and seasonal lives do indeed depend on it.
They certainly do. But man, what a weekend it has been, and a very happy one here for the side of the Valiant, being able to pick up both of their match victories. Also, you know, again, always in a map 5 fashion. It can't be clean. It's got to be close.
3 map 5s.
The map differential.
All 3
they can't
wins
improve the map differential.
5s.
Just get points. That's it. I know. It's all they know. It's how they know how to do it. But if they continue to go to map 5s and pick up victories, then hey, that's still a step in the right direction for this organization, for this team, who continue to just impress. And this is another reason why I love this meta so much. But that does it from us here this weekend. It's been action-packed, 7 series, so many map 5s the whole way throughout. And I just know that myself and Avril, we have loved bringing you guys this action so very much. But there's something to say goodbye to, in addition to saying goodnight to the broadcast, and that is Overwatch 1. Because the next time that we see you guys, Overwatch 1 will have been shut down.
My
Overwatch
God.
2 will be live.
Yeah.
So to
2
everybody,
days.
enjoy the last few moments that you have of playing the game that has brought us so much joy, that has started our careers in this game and whatnot. It's been wonderful, Overwatch 1. Thank you for the memories to everybody who's worked on the game, enjoyed the game, competed in the game. We love you all, but it's all about Overwatch 2 now. So we will probably not see you guys in the game, because we're on different servers, and most of our viewers are probably on the western side. But, you know, it is what it is. But if you're playing on over here on our side of the world, then, hey, maybe we'll see you guys in the game when the game goes live. But enjoy Overwatch 2. Get on the grind. Kiriko's going to be busted. It's going to be awesome. But that's it from us. Make sure you tune into NA later on, and we will see you guys next week for more APAC action.
Esports.